good morning, and welcome to our Crack Racquets coverage of the 2022 ITA All-American Championships. Alex Gruskin here to steer the ship. We've got 7 uninterrupted hours of college tennis for all of you on this Saturday. Does it get better than that? I think not. And of course, it's semifinal Saturday at these ITA All-American Championships. We're going to find out today who will be competing for this early season crown. Of course, there are so many storylines going into today's matches, so many fun ones for us to enjoy. Of course, we kick off today's coverage in Cary, North Carolina, home to the 2022 ITA All-American Women's Championships. And as we start our day with singles, the big story: North Carolina becoming the first program in Division I history to send 3 players, that's right, 3 players to the women's singles semifinals. We've got Fiona Crawley, Carson Tangillig, Annika Yarlagada, all competing in our early morning action. And I think that fact epitomizes this rise and this run we have seen from North Carolina women's tennis over the past decade. Of course, I didn't forget about you, Kylie Collins, who will also be competing this morning. Collins now competing for the LSU Tigers and for new head coach Taylor Fogelman. It's got to feel good to get a player into the semifinals of your first big event of your head coaching career. Those are the 4 players. We're going to get into more detail as this opening hour goes along. Of course, just a quick reminder of how we run things here at Crack Racquets. Not only will we have coverage of each of these matches throughout the day, we get to play around with our format as well. We're going to throw up some split screens on your screen so that we can monitor multiple matches at once. It's not going to be your traditional cookie cutter broadcast. No, we spruce things up here at Crack Racquets. We try to make it clear the grandiose nature of this event, dare I say. We're going to have fun, but we want to emphasize all of these athletes. We want to show off the high-level action we've got going on at any given time, pretty much anywhere, either in Cary or Tulsa, of course, host to our men's All-American Championships. But with that said, we've got players out on court, so you don't want to see me any longer. You want to see these players in action today. With that in mind, let's get into our women's singles semifinal matches, and let's start a fantastic day of tennis at the ITA All-American Championships. And just in the nick of time, we head on over to a battle between 2 North Carolina Tar Heels. On the far side of your screen, it's junior Fiona Crawley. And simply put, all Fiona Crawley has done since entering the college tennis world a little over 2 years ago is win matches for the UNC Tar Heels. You look for Crawley, who was a semifinalist at last year's NCAA Singles Championships. A ridiculous 47-7 overall singles record. 26-2 in dual matches. No mathematician, but that's pretty good. Crawley here, 30-15 lead, serving on the far side of your screen. And I know I was speaking with Mark Bay, who of course steered the ship Wednesday, Thursday. So grateful to the coach for offering us his time. He talked about how UNC women's tennis head coach Brian Calvis does not play challenge matches throughout the course of the year. It's not to say he won't have his team compete against one another in practice, but doesn't love the format of the challenge match. That said, kind of get that here today between Crawley and her teammate Carson Tangillig. Tangillig goes wide, so it's an opening hold for junior Fiona Crawley. 1-love here on court number 10. Want to introduce each of these players before we get to our second semifinal match. And again, we're going to take the time to introduce everyone before we start rolling in our split screens. All of you listeners know, viewers, excuse me, there's the podcast habit, what you're watching here today. Of course. And Fiona Crawley, the junior, 77-8 career singles record. Watch out, North Carolina record books. She's coming for all of those records, 53-2 career mark in dual matches. Of course, Crawley, joined by so many different talented players on the UNC roster. Certainly amongst them is this rising sophomore, Carson Tangillick, who, by the end of the NCAA championships, everyone saw it, felt like she had made such clear leaps by the end of the season, and it really felt like there was even more upside to continue to tap into, and clearly she's done that here this week. And that's what Tangillick does so well. Move forward. Attack through the court. I think why so many are so intrigued by the next few years for Tangillick is that instinct of hers to move forward, be the aggressor, play on her terms. You can't fake that. And the rising sophomore certainly has that quality to her game. Look for Tangillick. Stats were just gaudy last season. 32-7 overall in singles matches. 20-3. 20-3 in dual match play as a freshman. That forehand's just ridiculous. Again, between the two of them, Tangillick 20-3 as a freshman. Crawley 26-2 in her sophomore campaign. These two did a lot of winning for the Tar Heels last season. Of course, reached the NCAA semifinals before being knocked out by eventual champions, Texas. Tell you what, though, right now it's Crawley dictating the terms of play. Does such a good job of getting inside the baseline, taking that ball just a little bit earlier than you'd think. It's her full momentum behind every ball from the baseline. Good play from Tangillick, but the volley goes wide. So it's Crawley. Quick 2-love lead here in our first of two semifinals. And by the way, you've got two Tar Heels on your screen. You know what you really need? A third Tar Heel. So with that in mind, let's introduce our other singles semifinal now. This match here on court number 10. Of course, all these links are available individually. So should you feel the need to lock in on a particular match, if you're a member of the Crawley family, say, the Tangillick family, I won't be offended. Yes, we're going to continue to show it, of course. We want to highlight everything. And of course, on your screen now, near side serving, it's Annika Yarlagata, who comes through qualifying to reach the semifinals of the main draw here in Cary. Yarlagata, senior, out of my hometown, West Bloomfield, Michigan. I should say I've known Annika since she was about 7, 8 years old. Now, Kylie Collins, an early highlight of the day. You know what I'm going to say, Westhoff. Cut the clip. Absolute money from Collins on the run. see the deuce point coming up on your screen. Collins electing to go back to that ad side opening game drama. Good serve from Yarlagadda, gets her out of the jam. Tar Heels senior holding 4-1 love. Tar Heels leading everywhere right now. See, that's funny because in one match, a Tar Heel's always going to be leading. And so you look for Yarlagadda, again, the senior. Got her first full year of action last season. And let's not forget, Yarlagadda was a blue chip recruit. Player who had experience playing at the highest levels of the junior game. Had ITF events as well going into her college career. Was a redshirt her freshman season. Still, I believe, has one more year of eligibility should she want it. You look for Yarlagadda last year, 29-8 overall, 22-4 in dual match play at primarily that number 6 singles spot. Always nice when you can bring a third-year player off the bench, right? And just say, hey, we're going to throw you in at 6. You ready? And, of course, what Yarlagadda proved last season was that her aggressive game was indeed ready. And, again, another tidbit from the coach, Mark Bay. Watch that Yarlagadda forehand. She spent a lot of this offseason just trying to clean it up a little. Make the backswing a little bit more condensed. Continue to work on her aggression. We'll see if that pays dividends. Clearly, it has so far this week. Of course, on the near side of your net, it's going to be a little bit weird to see junior Kylie Collins in that LSU purple and yellow. Of course, Collins, a staple of back-to-back winning NCAA championship teams at Texas last year. She played primarily at the number 2 singles spot for the Longhorns. Power tennis so easy for Kylie Collins. Just, again, every ball exploding off the racket of the junior. And look, she plays with fire. It's really, really enjoyable. Kylie Collins with that passion, you sort of epitomizes the college tennis experience. Oh, that's a great pass from Yarlagadda down the line. Extends this game another point here, but again, that's not to criticize. I mean, again, each of these players here in the semifinals, you got to be a little fiery, be the best of the best in college tennis. But there is something for Collins. Again, I suppose it's the ferocity of every swing. Very compelling stuff. And it's a big serve out wide, so Collins on the board 4-1 all. Of course, Kylie Collins coming from Texas, as did her new head coach at LSU, Taylor Fogelman, taking over the LSU women's tennis program. Of course, he was an instrumental part of those back-to-back Texas women's national championships as well. And certainly it'll be fun to watch him continue to build upon the successful LSU women's tennis program. So as we look at this match, again, this is a very, this is not a contrast of styles. These are two players who want to hit the first strike big, want to be inside that baseline dictating. good tennis from Kylie Collins. Steady, big hitting, but giving herself some margin there. And I do think that's the play for Collins. Get Yarlagadda stretched on that forehand side. It's the side more likely of the two of Yarlagadda to break down. I think she's a little bit better moving to her backhand wing as well. That said, it's a similar game plan for Yarlagadda. If you can get pace into that Kylie Collins forehand, it will spray from time to time. Case in point, you see the forehand. You see the serve to the forehand there. Great dipper from Kylie Collins to extend that rally. And again, that was a good overhead. And that's Midwest tennis for you. Yarlagadda is going to want to move forward, get to that net, end points on her terms. Beyond the power Collins can generate, I get the term that comes to mind, just quick twitch athlete. That first step is explosive. Also got to say, obviously love the Yarlagadda family, as I've known them for over a decade. Really love the Kylie Collins crew. Always has a great crew of family supporters at the match. That's what college tennis is all about. Big 30-all clip here. Again, Yarlagadda held on a deuce point in her opening service game. Fist pump seems to indicate that drop good, so it'll be 2 break point chances here for Kylie Collins. Just a quick reminder, these semifinals, full third set, 2 out of 3 sets, no ad scoring, breaker at 6-all. We get the standard college tennis format. It's good to be back. 7 uninterrupted hours of college tennis. Sign me up. I think we see the Yarlagadda game plan going after that Collins forehand, but Collins answers that question. And so Kylie Collins draws first blood. She breaks 2-1 in set number 1. And now it's time, folks. Let's do it. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Let's go to the split screen. I want to show both of our women's singles semifinals. We've got Tar Heels everywhere again. First time in All-American Championship history. You've got 3 players from the same school competing in these singles semifinals. Now, I should say that research, to the best of my knowledge, I got to give a shout out to our dear friend here at Cracked Racquets, and in my opinion, one of the, if not 3 best college tennis journalists in the business, John Parsons, for that fact. She offered to us on Twitter, and if you're not following at JTweetsTennis, you're just not doing college tennis fandom correctly. Of course, you see on that scoreboard there a little bit of a preview. Don't worry, Super Producer Dana Westoff in the process of cleaning that up, but coming up later, only one women's doubles semifinal. Michigan advanced to the final via a walkover. Travinsky-Subash pulling out of that semifinal match. So Kari Miller, Jaden Brown into the semifinals. That said, we got a little Arizona State, NC State action coming up later today. Hope you stick around. Of course, at the top of the hour, 10 a.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern, or we'll hit all the board, 8 a.m. Pacific. We'll have men's semifinal action beginning over in Tulsa. Of course, we'll have that coverage for you here on Cracked Racquets. As you see left side of your screen, sophomore Carson Pangilic has gotten that break and serve back. So we're on serve 2-3. One of our semifinals, Yarlagadda trailing by break 2-1. Collins in control. Great serve from Carson Tangillig. Seems to indicate that scoreboard's a few points behind on court number 10. I believe that's a Tangillig hold for 3-all. Typically, you hit the big serve, hit the balls over the net, that indicates the hold. So 3-all there on court 10. Meanwhile, that scoreboard exactly on point on court 12. 2-1, 30-15 here for LSU's Kylie Collins. And of course, the big question, let's not ignore it. Is this the year for the North Carolina women? I'll tell you what, if your first sign is 3 players into the All-American singles semifinals, certainly not a bad thing. Of course, you look for this Tar Heel team, you've got these 3 players, you bring in a perennial All-American in senior Abby Forbes coming over from UCLA. Could argue that's the single best addition maybe made by any team here in the off season. And you also bring in Reese Brantmeyer, #1 player according to tennisrecruiting.net. Elizabeth Scotty, let's not forget about the 2021 NCAA doubles champion, back on campus as well. Yeah, I'd feel pretty good riding with that 6. It's not a hot take. That's probably your preseason #1 team. And they've got a 4th ITA National Indoor title and a 1st NCAA championship very much on their mind as we head towards 2023. Just remarkable what Coach Calvis has built down in Chapel Hill. Double fault there from Kylie Collins, so 2 breakpoint chances back for Yarlagadda. Meanwhile, we do apologize. Know that scoreboard right now frozen over on court 10. I assure you, super producer Daniel Westoff will have that fixed for you momentarily. Look at that follow through from Yarlagadda. And again, that's on script. She's at the net, gets the overhead she wanted, taking that ball early on the rise. Just missed the overhead. Good thought, poor execution. Let's go to deuce. Game point chances here for Fiona Crawley. She looks to extend that first set on serve. Currently 3-all on court 10. And Gillick did hold. Oh, there we go. Scoreboard updated. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff. It is indeed 40-30. Game point chances there. Meanwhile, Yarlagadda just wide. So 3-1 Collins, but early on here in this match, I like the way Yarlagadda has approached things. Now, credit to Kylie Collins, who's just answering every question, extending every rally by 1 extra shot. But if you're Yarlagadda, I don't think you're disappointed with the flow, I should say, of these first 4 games. You're playing on the terms you would like. Meanwhile, Crawley, Tangillig, that match is just really good. Every point, solid 8, 10, 12 shots. So, of course, we're keeping an eye on both. Let's go full screen on court 12, super producer Daniel Westoff, as we wait for that changeover on 10 to wrap things up. As it is semi-final Saturday, these ITA All-American Championships. ball Kylie Collins hit so heavy. Forehand explodes through the court. It gets up on the shoulder of Yarlagadda so quickly. Again, for the rising junior out of Savannah, Georgia. You just feel like as good as she's been through her first 2 seasons for Collins, there's still, again, even more upside to continue to tap into. And that's a really nice forehand return. And we now hit the point where I think, again, we've seen Yarlagadda serve to that Collins forehand very consistently here early. I wonder if we see that begin to switch up. We see her mix in the kick tee or the flat wide. Open up that Kylie Collins forehand and attack it on the run. Again, you got to be careful. Attacking that backhand side. Four more breakpoint chances here for Annika Yarlagadda. All right, Collins, double break 4-1 lead. What's the unforced error count for Kylie Collins? Has she made one yet? I don't know if she has. It's a really strong start from the rising junior. Keep our eye here on 12, but let's go back to 10. Let's spend some time with Crawley and Tangillig. This again was on serve 4-3 when we last checked in. It is not 6-2, 4-1. I can promise you that. You see the scoreboard now up on your screen. Again, Alex Gruskin here, steering the ship of our Crack Rackets cross-court coverage. Gillig serving 3-4. Break point chances for Crawley. We pick things up at just the right moment. And we'll get back to Collins Yarlagadda, but we're going to stick here through this changeover. Take 5 minutes to see if rising junior Fiona Crawley can make a little bit of a push here. So it is Fiona Crawley. Earns the break and will serve for the set now 5-3. You look for Crawley. Again, the numbers are laughable. 77-8 through her first 2 years of singles play. NCAA semifinalist last season. Crawley's dropped just 1 set on her way to the semifinals. 1-0 victory in her first round match, and then perhaps most impressively, 3-4 over top seed defending champ Sarah Hamner, South Carolina. Impressive 3-set victory yesterday over A&M's rising sophomore Mary Stoyana. Of course, for Tangillig, it's her second straight tar heel. Yesterday, she earned a 2-3 victory over her teammate Abby Forbes. as you start to, you can't help but think about it. What is this Tar Heel lineup going to look like? I feel like all 6 of their players, you could throw them in any spots, and you feel pretty good. Maybe, like, is Reese Brantmeyer going to start out at 6? A lot of fascinating questions for the Tar Heels to answer this fall. But right now, the question is Fiona Crawley about to close out this set? Reset points here for the junior. Elmo Heights High School, San Antonio, Texas. And it is Fiona Crawley, 6-3 opening set. 30 minutes of action. Crawley, 1 set away from an ITA All-Americans final appearance. So let's head back over to court number 12 on Pierre Legata. Kylie Collins in action. Of course, as soon as this second set begins, we'll go back to our split screen coverage so that we ensure you don't miss anything happening here on semifinal Saturday. At the ITA All-American Championships, of course, it does feel worth noting. You can find all the scores, all the draws, all the action on the wearecollegetennis.com website. A massive thank you to Tim Russell, Joe Gentry, the entire ITA team. And forget about you, Dave Mullins. You just intimidate me. And of course, our dear friends at the ITA for allowing our Crack Rackets team to be a part of this coverage. Legata's had her breakpoint chances these past few games. It's a good serve from Collins. Coach seems to agree. A few words of wisdom. Welcome back to the college scene where coaching is not only allowed but encouraged. And it's a deuce point for Kylie Collins here, or 1 in the first. Collins dropped the opening deuce point of the match. She's won 3 straight since. And that's what happens when the margins are thin in college tennis. So often those deciding points make the difference. And so it's been much closer than the scoreboard would indicate. But it is 5-1 for the rising junior. Kylie Collins out of LSU. And again, super producer Daniel Westhoff, as soon as that second set begins over on court 10, I'll ask you to throw us back in a split screen. Match is moving quickly here in Cary. By the way, great day for West Bloomfield, Michigan. Not only do we see Yarlagata competing on court, we've got consolation action going on as well, and we're keeping an eye on it in the background right now. Selimar Colling had a great summer on the USTA SoCal Pro Circuit, a series of events we were fortunate enough to have on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. Colling, 6 love, little Saturday morning bagel for the San Diego superstar as she leads South Carolina's Ayanna Ackley 6 love, 1 all. Meanwhile, I'd say it's a great day for West Bloomfield, Michigan. Not only is Annika Yarlagata competing out on court, Julia Fliegner plays for the University of Michigan from the same club, same area. What can I say? Southeast Michigan, scholars have argued it's a hotbed for tennis. But now Fliegner competing against another one of those rising sophomores, Jessica Alsola, so good for Cal last season. Alsola, Fliegner just getting underway. You can follow all of those live scores again on the wearecollegetennis.com website. Top of the hour, we'll start working in some of our men's singles semifinals happening over in Tulsa. Let's have ourselves a day. Gonna be a fun one here as the action continues right now. Crawley looking to secure an opening break of serve. Crawley, Tangillig on the left side of your screen. I apologize again. You'll see that scoreboard change here quickly. On court 12, as Collins looks to close out that opening set. That's so good at the net from Tangillig. You gotta love Fiona Crawley. The racket clap's inevitable. She can simultaneously be furious with herself, and yet you know that racket clap is coming. So Tangillig slows things down. One love hold on court number 10. That hard heels moving forward. You would think they might be the three-time defending indoor champions or something. Game-point chance for Yarlagadda, two of them, to extend this first set. And I know I keep reiterating this. 4 deuce points. They haven't gone her way, but if you're Yarlagadda, you look at this first set and you say, I did a lot of things I wanted to do. If I had 2 overheads back, it might be 3-all right now. Good ball from Yarlagadda, paints that baseline, so she does indeed extend the set 2-5. On the flip side, again, if you're Kylie Collins, you're playing very much within yourself right now, giving yourself margin, moving Yarlagadda around the court 5-2 over on court number 12. Let's go full screen on 10 and then super producer Daniel Westhoff as soon as that changeover is over. Pun intended, I suppose. We'll get back to Collins Yarlagadda as we want to watch her serve out that first set. Actually, never mind. Thank you. Perfect. You'll keep an eye on it. And we can go full screen over there for that full set. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Let's see if Collins can serve it out as soon as they're done on that changeover. Great play. Again, as we watch Fiona Crawley, came in as polished as any freshman as I've seen here in women's college tennis over the past few years. What does she do to continue to make those improvements? You feel like the serve is one spot. Crawley, easy power off of both ground stroke wings. Loves to sneak forward, use her speed to hit those swinging volleys. Just making life a little bit easier for herself, point in, point out. I feel like that could be, that's the next untapped ground in her game. Something to certainly watch for in this 2022-23 season. Meanwhile, Kylie Collins serving for the opening set. This is what I mean. Outside of maybe the first 2 Collins service games, every game it's been 30-all. 40-30, deuce point. Collins just overcooks that forehand. So it's 2 more break point chances for Yarlagadda. Now, she hasn't been able to convert one yet, but you heard the key phrase there. 2 more break point chances for Yarlagadda. That's really nice. I'm not saying cut the clip, Westhoff, but maybe make a note there. Little Juan Martín del Collins action for Kylie there. Unloads on the slow roll. So it's a deuce point. It's a break point. It's a set point here for Kylie Collins. Cut that clip. That's how you earn an opening set, and that's the level we've seen from Kylie Collins. All set 1. 6-2 for the LSU Tiger. Really, really good match so far here on court 12. Don't let that scoreboard confuse you. Margins extraordinarily thin in our women's semifinal. Meanwhile, we have back over to court number 10. Fiona Crawley. A 6-3 opening set for the junior on sophomore Carson Tangillig. 2-1 on serve here in set number 2. Westhoff, do we have that Solomir Calling Ayana Ackley match? That's something we can get to. Just want to pop over to that consolation if we have the moment. This does seem like the most opportune chance we will get to do that. If you have that available, feel free to pop that over. Meanwhile, it is so fascinating. You see in the top left corner of your screen that Carolina Tar Heel blue. Tar Heel coaches, head coach Brian Calvis, associate head coach Tyler Thompson. Steering clear of this Crawley Tangillig match. Oh, excuse me, not 2-1 on serve. Crawley earns the break for 2-1. She's out in front here. We'll stay here as the action resumes. And let's lock in for a little bit here. Let's do this full changeover just on 10. Enjoy ourselves a little Crawley Tangillig action. Of course, again, top of the hour. Men's singles semifinals beginning in Tulsa. She just gets her whole body behind every ground stroke. It's really impressive. Always has been. Sometimes, I know I mentioned my dear friend, co-host of our Crack Rackets College Tennis Podcast, John Parsons, always makes fun of me and my Crawley praise. But it's hard not to be encouraged. All she's really done since walking onto campus is win matches for this Carolina Tar Heel program. Again, Crawley, semi-finalist at last year's NCAA Singles Championships. Played a really fun 3-set match with Stanford's Connie Ma, who played a really fun match last year at the ITA All-American as well. But the word that comes to mind is relentless. Fiona Crawley is just relentless, constantly bringing forward into the court. That's a heck of an inside-out forehand winner for 3-1. Crawley consolidating the break. Let's see if she takes this opportunity to separate here from her teammate Tan Gillick. Still on the flip side, everything is just so smooth for Carson Tan Gillick. If you were to craft the perfect forehand, how you would ideally want it to look, I think it would look like Tan Gillick's. That backswing so condensed, gets outside the ball with ease, to generate pace as well. Throw in the high and heavy, as you saw there. Now that backhand wing. And Gillick likes to play around with the slice, drive down the line. It's not that her backhand is poor technically. It's that I think she's a little less certain of what she wants to do. Shot in, shot out on that backhand side. So again, that's where you feel like there's even more growth potential for Tan Gillick moving forward. You see the serve, which, again, from a technique standpoint, about as ideal as you're going to see. Look at an explosive, powerful athlete as well. Hard not to rave about all of these players competing here today. All right, I'll say it. Always easier to concede that call when it's your teammate. Hack up a ball there on the run forehand. Money for Carson Tan Gillick. 3 game point chances. Crawley's doing a great job, though, of opening up that backhand wing. Gillick does hold 4-2-3 on court number 10 still. Junior Fiona Crawley in command in our women's singles semifinal. With that said, let's go back over to 12. 6-2 first set to Kylie Collins, but anyone who's been with us for our first hour of coverage knows that match was anything but the lopsided score that 6-2 number would seemingly indicate. Here's some Ani chants in the background. It is worth noting Cary, North Carolina, not that far from Chapel Hill. Very possible for the Tar Heel faithful to come support their own. And I will just a little note, we're going to go split screen as soon as that match on court 10 comes back, as it's an early deuce point. Wouldn't have it any other way. We start set 2 like we started set 1, an early deuce point chance here for Yarlagadda. So much like set number 1, Tanika Yarlagadda, 1-love lead. Kick things off in set number 2. Of course, again, we're about 5 minutes away from the start of the men's singles semifinals in Tulsa. The Ethan Quinn, redshirt freshman sensation, taking on Elliot Spizzeri, who talk about this on our Crack Racket shows from time to time. Had this conversation with my little brother on the phone yesterday, an avid college tennis fan. Is Elliot Spizzeri the guy this year in college tennis? Just that combination of success on court, importance to a team spirit off of it. Spizzeri might be the guy. It's a conversation we might be having this year. Have him versus Quinn. Phil Henning making it 2 Georgia Bulldogs in the semifinals. He'll take on super sophomore Max Basing of Stanford. Good tennis on our semifinal Saturday across the board. Drop good? No, that went long for Yarlagadda. That said, Annika Yarlagadda had a plethora of chances in set number 1. Wasn't able to get a break of serve, but 4 opening break point chances. Now 3 left for Yarlagadda. And again, Collins played so well in set number 1. Made maybe, what, 1, 2 unforced errors throughout the set. That's not to be, again, if her level dips even a hair, Yarlagadda has positioned herself to take advantage of it. A rare unforced error for Kylie Collins here today. That gives the break to Yarlagadda. 2-love for the Carolina Tar Heel. Meanwhile, Gillig continuing to do what she does best. Hit the big first strike, move forward behind that ball. Such good hands at the net for Cam Gillig. You feel like, I don't know, maybe a little her and Scotty duo in doubles. Or of course, Crawley, Scotty so successful last year, but you just feel like you could put Tan Gillig next to just about anyone. Even myself or super producer Daniel Westoff, and she'll make that player look like a star. Gillig holds 4-3-4. Men's action about to get underway in Tulsa. Here's what I'll say for all of you tennis fans. I'm on the West Coast, so this is time 8:15 a.m. Pacific. 15 minutes. We're going to stick here in Cary for 15 more minutes. See if Fiona Crawley is able to close things out. And we'll head over to Tulsa, introduce our matches, get into our split screens. We can show you both sites at once. That said, if you're joining us now, getting ready for those men's singles semifinals, we are going to head over there shortly. Alex Gruskin here, steering the ship as our Crack Rackets cross-court coverage continues. Collins. Return into the net, so it'll be a deuce point. Which side she elects. Looks like she's going towards that deuce side. No, back to the ad. Conversation with the coach. Big roar. Gets that break right backward on serve 1-2 in set number 2. Let's go full screen on 10. And let's hang here. The end of this changeover once again. Fiona Crawley to reach the ITA All-American Championship final. chance here for Crawley, 2 of them. Good. I like the attempt. I know it's the highest portion of the net. Maybe you say wait another ball, but that's not Tangillig's style. When she gets the ball she wants to attack, she takes that swing and half an inch away there. Landing that backhand down the line, getting the break back, and yet instead 5-3 Crawley. It's at a, when I look back at the film, it's a tough miss. I think it's the right miss. Crawley 3 points away, and that is the question. Does Gillig allow that miss to sink into this service game? By the way, all the success North Carolina has had over the years, they've only had one ITA All-American singles champion. It was Jamie Loeb back in 2013, and Alexa Graham did make the final back in 2019 here in singles. But again, this is going to be just the 3rd Tar Heel in history, the winner today, to reach the ITA All-American singles final. Great defense from Fiona Crawley. May have just nicked the outside sideline on that inside-out forehand. She's 2 points away. And for the record, how many times have teammates faced off against one another in an ITA All-American final? 1989, 1990, Sandra Birch of Stanford, Meredith McGrath, Debbie Graham, respectively. Also had Audra Cohen, knockout teammate Christelle Greer of Northwestern back in 2004. Anderson over Van Wyn, UCLA 2014. But right now, Fiona Crawley, match point chances. And just ignore the bottom of your screen. You didn't see it, okay? What happened there? Grabbing the towels first, I see. So it is Fiona Crawley, straight set winner over Carson Tangillig. See the love between these two teammates. It was just Crawley's day. Fiona Crawley into the ITA All-American final. Third North Carolina Tar Heel. Jamie Loeb in 2013, Alexa Graham in 2019. Only players in Tar Heel history to reach the All-American Championship singles final. And that's a heck of an effort. Again, Crawley just so efficient from the baseline. Didn't give anything away for free. Not the biggest margin. What, 3 total breaks of serve in this match? A clean sheet for Fiona Crawley. You have to be impressed by the performance of the rising junior, who now awaits the winner of Annika Yarlagadda and Kylie Collins. With that said, we'll check back in on that Yarlagadda-Collins match. For what it's worth, those of you at home wondering, right now Collins currently 6-2, 2-all in set number 2. Also had some consolation action going on. Salamir Collins 6-love 5-all with Ayana Ackley. I know El Sola Fligner getting ready to rock and roll as well. But it's time for us to switch sites. And so super producer Daniel Westoff, put that transition up on the screen. Let's head on over to the ITA Men's All-American Championships happening at the Michael D. Case Tennis Center in Tulsa. We've got opening singles semifinal matches for you. And look, this is the debate I know John Parsons and I are going to have. He's already yelling at me in the comments section. Who's the guy this season? Last year was so clear after these ITA All-American Championships. Ben Shelton was just the player to beat in men's college tennis. Now, some scholars have argued that today's match is, again, one of those defining sort of moments early in the season, as Ethan Quinn could very much be in the running for the guy status. The redshirt freshman Quinn taking the opening point of the match, as you see on your screen. Had a massive summer on the ITA Pro circuit. Look for Quinn, 18 years old, won the 25K title in Champaign back in the middle of July. Also reached the final in Vero Beach back in March. Quinn currently 474 in the pro tennis rankings. Opening hold for Spazziri to get things started. You look for each of these players. Let's talk about how they got to this point of the tournament for the redshirt freshman Quinn. Impressive victories from the start. Gets wins over Hunter Heck of Illinois. Gets a win over Pepperdine veteran Daniel DeJong as well. Straight set wins in both of those matches. And then arguably your best match of the tournament to date, Ethan Quinn, a 4-6, 6-3, 6-2 win over Antoine Hornachovink of Florida State. Quinn, Hornachovink, your top 2 ITA newcomers here in this 2022 season. Of course, Quinn also earned a victory yesterday over Ryan Siegerman. Straight set 2-1 win for Quinn over the now North Carolina senior. But of course, that's Elliot Spizzirri at his best, the 4th year. Such a compelling talent. Of course, he's been playing with one wrist for the past 9 months. Last season, Spizzirri forced to hit the backhand slice pretty much exclusively as he was dealing with persistent left wrist pain. Now, I've been told for Spizzirri, the wrist has been operated on, and yet he's still working his way back. Not entirely comfortable swinging through that two-handed backhand yet. As such, to quote John Parsons, who just has to be a know-it-all in the comment section, yes, I very much agree with my boy Jay. Quinn's inside-out forehand to that Spizzirri backhand slice. Quinn hitting the big serve to this Spizzirri backhand, following it in. You're going to see so much of that today, but guess who's going to be ready for that exact play? Elliot Spizzirri. And that's why I love that more than anything from Ethan Quinn, establishing right away. No. I'm not just picking on that backhand. My approach shot's big enough. I'm going to play through your forehand as well. And you see, he caught Spizzirri off guard there. It's a smart adjustment from the redshirt freshman. Again, not only the single success, but double success for Quinn on the Pro Tour this summer as well. Again, he won a title in San Diego, titles in Champaign, a final in Vero Beach in singles. Had some success in the doubles world as well, did Quinn. Has himself 3 early game point chances here to keep us on serve. So it is Quinn 1-all here in our opening set. I mentioned Quinn's path to get here. You look for Elliot Spizzirri, also unseeded, entering the event, wins over Connor DeMarco of Tulsa. An 0-3 victory, very impressive, over 8th seed out of Auburn, Tyler Stice. Man, I mean, Spizzirri works so hard to find that forehand, and yet if you give Quinn that much space, his weapons are too big. He's just going to capitalize on it. Again, to finish that thought, Spizzirri beats Stice in a very impressive 5-5 victory over 9-16 seed Andre Styler of Michigan yesterday for Spizzirri. 3-set win over Duke's Garrett Johns as well. Spizzirri also your only player still alive in both singles and doubles. He and half of last year's NCAA championship winning team, Cleve Harper, knocking off Quinn and Trent Bride yesterday. These two got to see one another on court less than 24 hours ago. They know what to expect. This one's going to be a barn burner between the 4th year, Spizzirri, the redshirt freshman, Ethan Quinn. And we'll continue to keep our eye on it as well. We'll stick around through this changeover. 15-all now here for Spizzirri, who, of course, is going to have to land first serves. He's going to have to be aggressive with that first forehand today. For what it's worth, the last Georgia players reached the ITA All-American final. Will Spencer, back in 2011. Spencer knocked out by a talented freshman by the name of Mitchell Frank from Virginia. He also had Travis Helgeson in 2007. John Isner, who made back-to-back finals, winning the 05 title, falling in 06. Georgia's Al Parker, winning back-to-back titles in 89 and 90. And then maybe the most disrespected player in men's college tennis history. And I blame myself for this fact. I think we all forget how good Michael Pernfors was as a pro. Former Georgia standout who won the 1984 ITA All-American Men's Championships. He's one of the GOATs in making that transition from college to the pros. I got to do a better job of communicating that moving forward. Meanwhile, first break point fought off by Elias Spizzirri with a big first serve. That said, we see here early, it's going to have to be that big early on, or Quinn's going to find that backhand, and he's going to make Spizzirri pay. Yeah, let's go to an early deuce point. Feels like we might get a few of those in this one today. Big hold. That's what Elias Spizzirri does. Fights off break point chances. Holds for 2-1. We're on serve here on court number 1. Let's head over to our other men's singles semifinal now. Again, want to introduce all the characters here in Tulsa. We are aware Riley Collins, Annika Yarlagadda doing battle right now in Cary, North Carolina. 4-3 Collins now up a break in that second set. So super producer Daniel Westoff, I'm going to ask you to start prepping that split screen. And as soon as you're ready, throw that back up on our screen so we can catch the ending. Yes, Jerry Worsley, I see your comment. The women's are viewable individually. Go to the We Are College Tennis website, the easiest way. Just Google ITA All-American Women's Championships. You'll find the link directly at the top of that Google search. But we're going to get to split screen right now because we do want to catch the end of that Collins-Yarlagadda matchup. Meanwhile, here, a second Georgia Bulldog. You love to see it. If you're a fan in Athens, Phil Henning, been a part of our college tennis lives about a half decade now. Henning was extraordinarily impressive in his victories yesterday. 4-4 win over Micah Braswell. Also earned a 2-3 victory over Virginia's Chris Rodesh. Taking on the super sophomore, though, Max Basing. Basing lost just 2 dual matches last season for the Stanford Cardinal. Basing was excellent in a 1-4 win over Famba. Also earned a 3-set victory yesterday over Texas' Siam Waldeep. And again, storyline-wise, that's 2 of the big ones. Georgia, Texas. After what were unequivocally disappointing seasons for each program last year. And I want to be clear when I say that. That's not to say either program had a bad year. But I know if you ask Bruce Burke, anyone around that Texas program, hey, you play that round of 16 match against Michigan 10 times, how many times do you think you'd win it? I don't think they'd be unjustified in saying 7, 6. That Texas team was so good last season. They were just never healthy. So to have Spazieri, Waldy, Braswell, all doing their things here at the ITA All-American Championships, that's massive. And then, of course, for Georgia. And I apologize, I know I'm talking over the play here. A lot of good action happening right now. But for Georgia, look, they lost in the NCAA round of 32. That's unacceptable by Georgia Bulldog standards, and justifiably so. Athens is one of the premier places. Georgia men's and women's tennis, one of the premier programs, and I think we're going to see that fire for Georgia this season. I think guys like Henning, their respect for the history of Georgia tennis. You throw in now Ethan Quinn in the mix as well. Everyone would want to add Ethan Quinn into their lineup. Certainly Quinn seems prepared for success. Look for a big bounce back from the Bulldogs this season. Of course, Phil Henning will play a massive role if the team does manage to indeed bounce back. So we see deuce point, break point chance back here for Yarlagadda. She tries to set up an all-par heel final in Cary. Really good tennis everywhere. Easing, breaking first blood to the Cardinal. 3-1 lead in set number 1. Meanwhile, Yarlagadda gets that break back, but immediately sees a love 30 deficit, and that's been the script in our second women's singles semifinal. Of course, if you're just joining us, Fiona Crawley, ensuring at least one par heel, will compete for the singles championship as she earned a straight set victory over teammate Carson Tangillig earlier today. But look, this match between Collins and Yarlagadda has had extremely thin margins. Yarlagadda winning an opening deuce point hold in set number 1, then lost the next 3 deuce points of the match, including 3 break point chances for her in Collins' service games. Yarlagadda went up a quick 2-love lead here in set number 2. Obviously found herself down a break 4-3 before getting that break back. She's been extraordinarily aggressive from the start, as Yarlagadda in particular trying to pick on and get depth into that Kylie Collins forehand, but Collins has not blinked throughout the course of this match, has tracked down the ball so well on that forehand wing. Of course, will always dish a little bit of pace of her own right back at her opponents. It's now triple break point chance for Collins. And Collins will serve for the match. And now I get to play History Nerd for all of you tennis fans. I know John Parsons is thinking it. Obviously thinking it here as well. You go back to these past two NCAA Women's Championships. Texas, UNC have played some significant matches over the years. Now, obviously, Kylie Collins a part of this LSU program now, but that doesn't mean she doesn't bring that history with her. So, of course, you look in the 2021 NCAA, 2022 NCAA Singles Championships, Kylie Collins earns a massive victory in helping Texas overcome North Carolina last year. And Collins went unfinished, but was up 5-3 on Elizabeth Scotty in that third setter. So obviously she's got some experience with the Tar Heels. Crawley earned a victory in that match as well. She's probably got a little unfinished blood, a little unfinished taste in her mouth from that match. And look, Collins, Crawley, part of the same recruiting class as well. Just some little added notes here. Can Kylie Collins get over the finish line? Let's go full screen. Try and find out. What, by the way, an opening run this would be for Collins to head over to Baton Rouge, be a part of a new program, potentially put together this sort of run to start. Confirm the call, it did go wide. So 2 points away, you look for Collins unseeded at this year's event. Wins over Vanderbilt's Moore, Virginia Subash. Perhaps the signature run. She knocks off last year's finalist Alexa Noel, 6-0 in yesterday's quarterfinals. That forehand sprays on him. Birdie all here. Collins serving for the match. What a lob. What defense. When we look back at the film from this match, Annika Yarlagada is going to say, man, I had some chances. can't be disappointed with her level of play, but Collins has scratched, clawed, just continued to fight her way back in. Now she's got 2 match points. Not yet. Live by the sword, you die by the sword. Yarlagadda plays big, is rewarded. It's time for the quadruple threat. Game point, break point, set point, match point. Caught the clip. Exceptional. Down the line forehand from Kylie Collins. Clinches. 6-2, 6-4 victory. That was an extraordinarily high level of tennis from the rising LSU junior. Kylie Collins play for the ITA All-American singles title. She'll take on Fiona Crawley of North Carolina. No LSU player in women's tennis history had reached the ITA All-American final prior to Kylie Collins. In fact, they've never had anyone compete in the doubles final either. So it's a first All-American finals appearance for LSU women's tennis. How about that to the start of the coaching tenure of LSU's Taylor Fogelman. It's a really fun day of singles action in Cary. Of course, you still have backdraw matches going on. Actually, Jessica Alsola, 6-4, 6-3 victory over Michigan's Julia Fliegner. Salomar Collings, 6-love, 7-5 over Ayanna Ackley. Westhoff, we've already got doubles semifinals action underway, as a matter of fact, happening in Cary. Spaka, Turkovic taking on Miller and Rajecki. That's an ASU NCS North Carolina State battle. NCS didn't feel right. Sorry, that's just the acronym on the scoreboard. Took me a second to make the connection. So we'll keep an eye on that. Want to introduce, of course, all of today's action to all of you tennis fans. But right now, we got to lock in. Ignore that serving moniker. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to learn how to read English. It's going to happen eventually, folks. I promise. I wasn't even a scholar athlete, just a scholar in college, and clearly should have spent more time in the library. But you see break leads on both of our courts. Ethan Quinn has found that Elliot Spizzirri backhand, the redshirt freshman. Just about every player's ready to crown, every prognosticator is ready to crown the next big thing in the college tennis world. Certainly has looked the part here in his first major college event. 4-3 lead for the redshirt freshman Quinn, who's trying to prevent an all-Georgia final. Or, excuse me, trying to do his part to ensure an all-Georgia final. Meanwhile, right side of your screen, here's an opening for Super Senior Phil Henning. He's got 3 break point chances to get one of the breaks back, but still, sophomore sensation Max Basing. 5-1 lead in the opening set. Oh, Elliot Spizzirri cut that clip, West, off the feathery backhand cross-court dropper. Sets up 4 break points, excuse me. Got to get those college instincts back. 4 break point chances for Spizzirri. As Henning does manage to extend the set on court 2. Let's go full screen court 1. And that's Ethan Quinn's way of giving us time to do exactly that. That ball hitting off Quinn's foot. He goes back to the backstop. Yep. He knows you're going to try and pick on his backhand. And Elliot Spizzirri was ready for it. Spizzirri gets the break 4-all. Apologies for some of the transitions. I know we're going to do that quite frequently here at CR. Not that the transitions aren't smooth, more like I know you all want to see tennis at every moment, all moments. But let's go back to our split screen as Henning serving 2-5. This is where we get to flex our muscles here on this cross-court cast. Want to show you all of the action. Of course, I will be keeping my eye on what's happening over in Cary. ITA Women's All-American Semifinal in doubles underway right now. 1-all, 30-all. Nell Miller, one half of last year's NC State Wolfpack doubles championship winning team. Partners now Amelia Rajecki. They're taking on the Arizona State duo. Sophomore Trisha Spaka. Partnered with the super senior Turkovic. It's 1-all first set in that match. Of course, as that match progresses, we'll have it for you here on our cross-court coverage. So Basing 2 points away. Elliot Spizzirri now 5-4 lead in the opening set. Again, Alex Gruskin here steering the ship of our Cracked Racquets coverage. We've got so much great tennis for all of you throughout the course of today. the set point gets fought off, but Basing going to have another opportunity to serve for the set. Of course, Max Basing, sophomore for the Stanford Cardinal. They've got a very fun young group in Palo Alto right now. It's a great ball from Basing, who, of course, 18-2 last year in dual match play. Played primarily at the number 3 and 4 spot. It's 23-4 overall in singles, 15-10 in doubles. All Pac-12 second team selection. Perhaps most importantly for his family, an ITA scholar athlete. Sophomore out of Oxshott, United Kingdom. Comparison I made for his game was Jill Simone. And for Basing, it's really the backhand more than anything else where I see so many shades of Simone. Meanwhile, game point chances here for Quinn to steady the ship. Yeah, don't approach to the Elliott Spizzirri forehand. Unless you're darn sure you're going to hit a winner. I mean, if he gets a clean look at that forehand, should that left wrist get healthy, you just feel like everything Spizzirri's been forced to do over the past 9 months are going to help him monumentally. Just far more comfortable playing the slice. It feels like he, because he has to be so perfect on that forehand wing, his forehand has just grown by so many leaps and bounds over the course of those last 9 months. There are honestly times when that backhand slice return isn't that effective. So here's a big moment in both of our matches. Love to see Basing moving forward. Couple of words of advice. Not sure if that's Goldie, Brandon Coop, which of the Stanford coaches are guiding Basing today. I'm convinced Goldie could pick up the racket and still be a top 20 player in the college tennis universe. But set point on our left. 30 all on our right, folks. This, the cross-court cast, is all about. Play on 5-all. 4-5 on court 2. Neither Spizzirri nor Basing able to close out the sets. In the case of Basing, that's down 3 straight games. For Phil Henning, the senior, just stays alive. You do feel like court 2 could be quite the grind as we near our hour number 3 of our coverage. Again, Alex Gruskin here. What a day. Semifinal Saturday at the ITA All-American Championships. Super producer Daniel Westoff showing you our other semifinal match currently in play in the main draw. It's on Stadium Court in Cary, North Carolina. And it's a fun one. We talked so frequently last year about the system NC State employs on the doubles court. That system received full vindication as Simon Earnshaw and the Wolfpack brought in the first NCAA championship in the Earnshaw era at NC State. It was Nell Miller partnering with Jada Daniel. That duo 2022 NCAA doubles champion. It's a new partner for Miller now. It's Amelia Rajecki. Miller, Rajecki, 2-all 40-15, taking on Patricia Spaka. Sophomore partnered with Dominika Turkovic. The duo went 10-1 last year in doubles. For Arizona State, it's Spaka the lefty, Turkovic the righty. Spaka returning on the near side of your screen, and I believe that's Rajecki serving on the far side for NC State. The reason I say that is I'm pretty sure that's Nell Miller in the long sleeves, and Nell Miller's always rocking those sleeves. That's also the freneticness I recall of Miller at the net. And of course, what is the NC State system? It's fairly simple, but extraordinarily effective. Look to move forward, 2 up at the net, be poaching, do all the things you're taught to traditionally do in doubles. It's more about the foundational skills, that system, more than any individual tactical wrinkle. It's just, again, a relentless enforcement of that skill set. Still 2 more game points for the Wolfpack. As we see, by the way, Quinn, Spaziri doing battle. Well, how about this? From set point down. Spaziri faces 2 break-point chances now. Quinn stepping up big. It's at that baseline. And NC State holds 4-3-2. So let's go back to Basing Henning. Phil Henning, 3 straight games. Still has to hold to stay alive. 4-5 set number 1. Gotta be kidding me. What an effort from Elliot Spaziri. But that right there, if you're Ethan Quinn, and this is not a revelation, that's how you attack the Spaziri backhand. It's not by religiously attacking it, just, you know, it's not picking on that ad side corner time after time after time. It's opening up that ad side corner by getting Spaziri spread all the way out wide on the deuce court, forcing Spaziri to have to hit that backhand when on the complete sprint. That's hard enough to do with 2 hands, let alone when you're forced to slice that ball. That's just, again, wise aggression from Ethan Quinn, who finds himself up a break once more, 6-5. He'll serve for the opener on court 1. We're going to stay split screen here. Henning does indeed make it 4 straight games, 4-5 all. And I mentioned the disappointing ending for Georgia men's tennis last season. Don't think you can say you were disappointing. I don't think you can call Phil Henning's season, disappointing last year. For the Georgia Bulldogs, you look for Henning, 5th-year senior out of South Africa. Henning was first-team All-SEC, qualified for the NCAA tournament singles and doubles draw. I know the Henning parents would want me to mention he made the UGA Athletic Director's Honor Roll, which honors student athletes with a GPA of 3.5 or better. So Henning not only getting it done on the court with his 25-12 singles record, but getting it done in the classroom as well. 2 points away. Honestly, if you're Max Basing, just back to the fundamentals here. Things have gone so awry on the home stretch. Some very nice. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a hand gesture. It turns out that's just the table from the chair. I thought that call might have gotten overruled. It did not. So it's 6-5 Basing on serve. Meanwhile, and Quinn with the definitive overhead. And as you see in the comments, John Parsons was right when he said it 10, 15 minutes ago. Maybe it was an hour ago now. Who even knows? But he's right when he said it an hour later. Heavy spin, moving forward to that Spizzirri one-handed backhand is the most effective play. It's going to be there for Ethan Quinn just about every time. Helps him set up 3 set point chances. Just wide. Right aggression there from Spizzirri. Flips the script a little bit. Turning defense into offense. Ethan Quinn, a little flick of the wrist. And then the inside-out forehand winner. It's a 7-5 first set for the redshirt freshman. And Westhoff, you know what I'm going to ask. Make a mark, cut the clip. 7-5 for Ethan Quinn. I will also ask you now, super producer Daniel Westhoff, yes, stay here on Basing Henning as this first set comes to a close, but can we go split screen with our women's doubles action as well? Our only semifinal of the day in Cary as Michigan's team, Cary Miller, Jaden Brown, advancing with a walkover over Virginia's Travinsky and Subash. By the way, Brown, Miller, first Michigan Wolverines in program history to reach the All-American final in singles or doubles. So that's a big moment for head coach Ronnie Bernstein and this Wolverine program. Now he missed it. So after all of that effort, from 5-1 down, Henning works his way back to 5-all, and yet 3 set points for Stanford sophomore Max Basing. All right. Let's try it again. Deuce point, game point, break point, set point. Took a lot of effort. Maybe even more so than needed, but Max Basing overcomes a little hiccup. And it's a 7-5 first set, and the arm immediately goes around the shoulder for Basing. Yes, he'll be frustrated. He also finds himself up a 7-5 lead. So from there, we're going to head over to doubles. Center court in Cary. Again, NC State taking on Arizona State. You look at the history for each of these programs. For Arizona State, had 2 players reach the ITA All-American Singles Finals. Jacqueline Keiko did it. Back in 2014, I believe. It was Keiko back in 2011, excuse me. And then here's a name, Kelsey McKenna, who, of course, some of you may now know as the head coach for Wisconsin. She was an ITA All-American Singles Champion back in 2008. Arizona State has actually had a team win the doubles as well. It was the duo Katie Pooler, Roxanne Clark back in 2006. But right now it's NC State. A 5-3 lead for Miller and Rajecki. A first ITA All-American Finals appearance in singles or doubles for this NC State women's program. One of many hypothetical firsts accomplished during the Simon Earnshaw era. Again, just to distinguish, that's how you say that word, whom is whom on court. Returning for Arizona State. On the near side of your screen, the lefty sophomore, Trisha Spaka. And of course, Arizona State was one of the hottest programs in the country to end last season. Arizona State's not going away. Lead overhead from Turkovic. They've got 3 break point chances to extend this first set, get us back on serve. So we extend set number 1. 4-5 back on serve for Spaka and Turkovic. Again, Alex Gruskin here steering the ship for our coverage. Everything happening on semifinal Saturday at the ITA All-American Championships. If you're just joining us, our women's singles final is set. It'll be Fiona Crawley, NCAA singles semifinalist last year. She's dropped just 2 singles matches through her first 2 dual match seasons for North Carolina. She's going to take on a fellow rising junior in Kylie Collins. Collins, first player in LSU women's tennis history to reach the ITA All-American final. And of course, for Collins, coming over from the University of Texas following her former associate head coach Taylor Fogelman, who takes over for the LSU Tigers this season. That is a definitive run. And speaking of definitive, Ethan Quinn, 7-5-3 love in command on court number 1. So yes, John Parsons, you might just be right. Ethan Quinn, in his redshirt freshman season, he might just be the guy. Certainly sending a little bit of a message to the rest of the college tennis world. Meanwhile, Max Basing was up 5-1 in set number 1. Phil Henning did a great job to extend the set, just went into grind mode. Started generating a couple of errors out of the Stanford sophomore, but Basing seems to have refound his footing. Henning's got to be careful here to not let this match slip away. We'll stay split screen here for now, although actually super producer Daniel Westoff, I'll ask you, let's go, if we can, to the women's doubles semifinal on that right side of the screen. Leave Quinn on. Ethan Quinn rocking and rolling as you see the forehand approach there. We want to lock in on the end of that first set as Nell Miller, Amelia Rajecki, who I know go by Millie and Miller. I feel like that's a beer company in the future, or maybe a really good tax auditing firm. Like, oh, welcome to the firm of Millie and Miller. It's Amelia Rajecki on the right side of your screen. Miller, I should say on the do side, Miller in the red on the ad. And yeah, that's now Miller. Aggressive poach. That's the NC State system there. Was that poach 1,000% necessary? You might think not, as Rajecki was moving forward herself, but that extra 10% of aggression, that's what separates NC State from their opponents, and that's why they're 2 points away from the set. Set point chances. No. 30 all? I thought I saw a fist pump. Joke's on me. Ball must have been called long. made fun of me when I said it during his run to the SoCal Pro Circuit title this summer, but in Quinn, I see shades of Jack Sock. I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but how he asserts himself with that serve, that forehand. He's clearly just blessed with one of those shoulders. Now you see the size, the length. Obviously that's encouraging as we see 5-all. Nice turnaround for Spaka Turkovic. Steadying the ship over in Cary, but there are just some non-negotiables in the game of Ethan Quinn. That serve is a non-negotiable. It's going to keep him competitive in every match that he plays. The forehand, non-negotiable. I think his feel at the net's a non-negotiable as well, but that's that Spizzirri forehand. I mean, look, you're playing with one wrist, you're going to have a non-negotiable forehand as well. No doubt that's what Alex Spizzirri possesses. Looks to get on the board here, set number 2, but man, redshirt freshman Ethan Quinn, so impressive this week. I really like this team of Spaka and Turkovic. I think they would fit well in the NC State system. They're just a team that does a lot of things right. They make the smart play seemingly every shot. And I know that's cliche, but I always love the lefty-righty combo. Get 2 forehands in the center of the court. From a poaching perspective, it just gives you that much more range. You feel that much more explosive, in my opinion. Now, I won't speak for everyone, but when you have the forehand inside, it just feels like you have a little more command, a little bit more pop than on that backhand volley. And they're a team that makes a lot of returns. They're constantly bouncing on their feet. Obviously, Ethan Quinn in command over on court number 1, so we'll switch in a little Basing Henning action on serve. These two are here in set number 2. Meanwhile, we just want to again express our gratitude to all the sponsors you see at the top of your screen. It truly takes a team effort put on an event the scale of these ITA All-American Championships. You got pre-qualifying, qualifying, massive draws for both the men and the women. And you have so many people willing to support the efforts of these college athletes. And how about the efforts of Spaka and Turkovic from 5-3 down, 3 straight games. They'll now serve for the opening set in Cary. Of course, winners there are going to take on the Michigan duo of Cary Miller, Jake Brown, who advanced via a walkover to the final here today. We'll keep that on the right side of your screen. Yes, super producer Daniel Westup, your inclination was correct. If we can, let's go back to Quinn Spizzirri. Ethan Quinn closing in on a definitive victory here today. Quinn 4-love lead here in set number 2, has just managed to find himself the Spizzirri backhand corner in advantageous positions. And of course, Elliot Spizzirri had a set point, 5-4 deuce on the Ethan Quinn serve, and yet a big first serve, a big forehand combination has just Have Quinn in command. He has dictated the terms here today. That's the thing. Typically, that Spizzirri bump lob, her ability to just dip that ball low at the feet with the slice, it's given a lot of opponents a lot of difficulties. Not Ethan Quinn today. He's closed with such authority, such definitive tennis. The redshirt sophomore, redshirt freshman, excuse me. I think many of us would be shocked to see Quinn get to a sophomore season with just the success he's had. Again, 3 pro finals, including 2 pro singles titles over the summer now. On the precipice of an ITA All-American final. Don't get me wrong, we here in college tennis will be happy to have Ethan Quinn as long as he's willing to stay, but at a certain point, you just realize you can't deny the results. Right now, Quinn in control against Spizzirri. Meanwhile, Spaka, Perkovic, efficient play from the Sun Devils. 2 points away from 4 straight games. Opening set in Cary. Set point now. Turkovic, meanwhile, got a little complicated, but Quinn does ultimately hold 4-5-1. I'd say focus on the right side of your screen. Set point for the Sun Devils. And yes, they lost that point, but look how fluid everything about that poach, that switching of sides was. The communication is seamless. Honestly, between both the Sun Devils and the Wolfpack. Very, very high level of play. Such a good poke from Mel Miller. Exceptional aggression. Now it's NC State's turn to answer the call. Indeed, they do. So we're going to a breaker on one. Meanwhile, 2 points away from the match. I know we'd love to lock in on one of these. I think we got to stay split screen. So it is Ethan Quinn, 7'5", 6'1", redshirt freshman, just unstoppable. You're right, Ryan. He has been that exceptional in his first major event of his college tennis career. I mean, again, 7'5", 6'1", a player caliber of Elliot Spizzirri. Ethan Quinn, first Georgia Bulldog since Will Spencer over a decade ago. It was not over a decade ago that Mitchell Frank won his All-American title. That's devastating. Just devastating to hear. But first Georgia Bulldog since Will Spencer back in 2011 to reach the All-American final. Question is, will it be a fellow Georgia Bulldog joining him? Have that answer for you in a bit. Ethan Quinn into the ITA All-American final. Again, perhaps most impressively, has dropped just one set in his action this week. With that said, we lock in now. First set breaker was 5-3 Miller Rajecki, Spaka Turkovic then served for the set. But here come the Wolfpack. And it really has been this good from the start. Here in Cary, both of these teams play such efficient, high-level, foundationally strong doubles. Mini break in hand for the Wolfpack for now, 3-1, but I feel like this one might have a second act. All right, 3-all at the turn. And again, Winner of this match going to face on the Michigan duo, Brown, Cary Miller, and Arizona State's team looking to become the first Sun Devils since Roxanne Clark, Katie Pooler, make the ITA All-American final. That duo did it back in 2006, the only Arizona State team to reach an All-American doubles final on the women's side. Meanwhile, Miller looking to build off of her NCAA doubles title last season. Different partner, same ball game. And I'm going to be honest here. I'm disappointed in Simon Earnshaw, who we see on screen. Now, Simon's a dear friend of our Cracked Racquets program, but where's the tracksuit? It's championship weekend. I need the bright red fit from my dear friend Simon Earnshaw. When he rocks that bright red tracksuit, you just know it's on. So again, I suppose it's fall wardrobe. It's fall gear for the NC State coach and multi-time national champion, of course, built a powerhouse over at Armstrong Tennis prior to coming over to NC State. Fault there from Rajecki. So 3-5 now, the mini break. How about this? Belongs to ASU. Good play. And again, Miller's just always fidgeting, always moving, always doing something up there at the net. You just always have to be thinking about her as an opponent, and that just makes things a little bit shakier. Appreciate your appreciation, Todd Meyer, and appreciate your son, Ethan, who makes it very easy for us to cover his matches here at Cracked Racquets. It's been a pleasure for us to watch his rise over the past 9 months, and it's been a pleasure to watch this first set breaker, Spaka Turkovic. 2 set points now for the Arizona State Sun Devils. Overhead sprayed off the racket of Rajecki's racket. Wasn't quite sure from that angle, but the body language indicates as much. So it's a 7-6 first set for the Sun Devils. That's a really high level from each of these teams. If you're NC State, you're sitting at that changeover saying, yes, we lost the set. We were up 5-3. It's still doubles. You feel like anything can happen at any given moment. Feels like this match has a second act. So we'll keep our eyes on the action in Cary. Meanwhile, we head over back to the action happening at the Michael D. Case Tennis Center in Tulsa. It's not a shocker to see that Phil Henning won't go away. And Henning's seen just about everything during his 4 years. At the University of Georgia. Henning, All-American, as a sophomore in 2020. But overcooks that forehand, so breakpoint chances back for Basing here. And each of these guys, in my opinion, a little bit more comfortable in a counter-punching role. I don't think either's the best at creating from the center of the court, both extraordinarily gifted physically. Yeah, this is an inflection point in the match. Deuce point on the Henning serve. Just steady outer third tennis.
Go back, Phil. Here we go. Come on.
It's a really good ball from Basing, particularly given where we're at on the scoreboard. To continue to be the aggressor, look to push forward. Love that choice from the sophomore. Sticking around physically.
Go.
Have to be impressed by the level Basing's played with. right. It's a second act. It's Max Basing. Broken by Phil Henning. The Georgia fifth year will serve to send us to a deciding set. 5-4 now here at the Michael D. Case Tennis Center. Of course, the winner of this going to take on Ethan Quinn, who was so impressive in a straight set victory over Elliot Spizzirri. With that said, let's go back to split screen. Want to monitor all of the action happening for you. We've got consolation play throughout the course of today, but of course we've also got the main draw action, our only double semifinal on court, as the Michigan women's duo of Jaden Brown, Cary Miller received a withdrawal into the final. But of course, over there, Spaka Turkovic, the talented sophomore super senior doubles duo for Arizona State, take a 7-6 first set. Look, and Miller and Rajecki have come out firing and responded right away with the early break. So it's a two-love consolidation for Miller and Rajecki, who are looking to force a third set breaker. Meanwhile, Henning points away. Set points for Henning. 4 of them. Coming up as he looks to extend the semifinal into a deciding set. Keep that hope for an all-Georgia Bulldog final alive. Not the worst way to fight one off. Meanwhile, here come the NC State Wolfpack. Miller, Rajecki. Playing as though they've been personally slighted. Such a hot start. And so we're going the distance in Tulsa. Phil Henning, 6-4 second set. on the fifth year. Meanwhile, Miller, Racquets, 3-love double break lead for the NC State Wolfpack. So we'll stay here on split screen. This gives me time to set the scene, talk about what's happened so far here on a fantastic semifinal Saturday at the ITA All-American Championships. Alex Gruskin here. So thrilled am I, and super producer Daniel Westoff, our entire Cracked Racquets team, to be able to play a role in today's action. Again, you look at the ITA women's semifinals played earlier today. Thought we might have an all-North Carolina final. And certainly with Fiona Crawley, Carson Tangillig facing off against one another, a Carolina finalist was guaranteed. In the end, it was Fiona Crawley, straight set winner over teammate Carson Tangillig. Crawley, early break in set number one, held serve the rest of the way. In fact, I don't believe Crawley was broken today. Want to say it was 9 service games up, 9 service games down for the rising junior, and last year's NCAA singles semifinalist Crawley again. So ruthless inside that baseline, driving that ball through the court. Crawley, a 3-3 win over the still super impressive and well-positioned for a sophomore surge teammate of hers in Carson Tangillig. Of course, now for Fiona Crawley, she's going to take on a fellow rising junior, in two-time NCAA teen champion Kylie Collins. Collins coming over from Texas with associate head coach Taylor Fulgham to LSU. Collins becoming the first player in LSU history to reach the ITA All-American singles final. Collins was tested, pushed throughout the course of her straight set win, but ultimately a 2-4 victory for Kylie Collins. So it'll be Crawley Collins tomorrow, women's singles final in Cary. Who will be joining them in the doubles final? We know one half. It'll be Jaden Brown, Kari Miller. Who might that other half be? Right now, Miller, Racquets need to stay alive in that fight. On the left side of your screen, scoreboard's a game behind. Phil Henning no longer is the scoreboard a game behind. Shout out, 6-4, second set to the Georgia fifth year. Was down 5-1 in the first set to Stanford's Max Basing. Worked his way back to 5-all. Was broken 4-7-5. Ultimately, that said, again, 6-4 second set to Henning and a double fault from Basing. Never how you want to start a deciding set as the action rolls on at these All-American Championships. Here's the question for Basing. How does he steady things here? You look, I suppose, in a vacuum, he's lost, what, 10 of the last 15, 16 games, has sort of seen a few more errors pop into his game. Again, credit to Henning. Returns like that, I don't know what much Basing can do. That's a gift from Henning to Basing, and there haven't been much of those. Miller's just everywhere. Maybe the most active player at the net in college tennis. You maybe think she's more lethal in that position than just about anyone else. And again, you can only imagine what the confidence of winning an NCAA doubles championship has done for Nell Miller. I don't want to say she looks down upon any of her opponents, but there is that sense of, well, I'm an NCAA doubles champ, and you're not. Just have that much more faith in what you're doing moving forward. That said, great serve. Nice poach put away from the Sun Devils. Meanwhile, opening break point chances for Georgia's Phil Henning. That's so good from Phil Henning. Great physicality. Sets up the down the line winner. One love Henning. Early break of serve in our deciding set. Meanwhile, Miller, Rajecki, break point chances to retake that double break lead in the second. And they do just that. 4-1 NC State. A double break as they look to force a decider. Of course, that decider would be a third set breaker. Played to 10, win by 2 for what it's worth. This is your only match on right now in Cary. You've got one more match here today. Doubles consolation coming up at the top of the hour. And sorry, Arsenal. The Auburn duo taking on El Sola and Wiersholm. Hal. Of course, men's doubles semifinals still to come later today. Men's doubles semifinals should be fun. We're going to get Elliot Spizzirri back on court. He's partnered with another player who captured an NCAA doubles title last season. Spizzirri partnered with Cleve Harper. They're going to take on Toby Samuel, Connor Thompson of South Carolina. You've also got Brian Cernock, Ryan Siegerman, the North Carolina Tar Heel duo. Taking on a very fun Florida freshman squad. Tanapat Narundorn, Togan Tokac. Those matches coming up for you later on here on our Crack Rackets broadcast. right, we've seen a couple of breaks traded right now over in Cary. Still, it's a 4-1 lead for NC State. Meanwhile, Phil Henning has taken command. 2-love lead now. Consolidates in our deciding set. Mentioned on the women's side some of the all-school matchups that have happened on our broadcast earlier today. The last time we saw two players from the same school face off against one another, Robin Anderson defeated Chanel Van Wyn, 2014 NCAA Women's Singles Final. On the men's side, happened kind of recently. Robert Cash, Mate Votzel beating teammates James Trotter, Justin Boulay in the doubles final last season. In singles, have we had an all-single school matchup? Answer is yes. 1996, Thomas Dupree knocked out Matthew Ballet. Those two. Mississippi State. For each of them, you also had 93. Texas's Chad Clark beat his teammate Ian Williams. 1981, Robbie Venter for Marcel Freeman in an all-UCLA battle. Deuce point on the right side of your screen. I'd suggest that's where you lock in. Miller, Rajecki to really put a final stamp, I suppose, here on this second set, and they do. Now Miller with authority. 1 game away from forcing a deciding set. Meanwhile, Max Basing will take that net court. He needs whatever he can get. Sets up 4 game point chances for the rising sophomore just to get on the board. Jackie 3 points away. Meanwhile, Basing holds 4-1-2. Still Henning up a break in the third set. Let's go full screen and Cary. Lock in for the ending of this set. All right, Miller, Rajecki will serve for the set, up 5-2. Let's go back to the split screen. Everyone, we enjoy action happening. Over in Tulsa, Phil Henning continues to lead by a break. Came out had a really strong opening return game. Just again is now forcing Basing to have to create from the center of the court at an elite level. And with all due respect, Basing struggling to do that. Some errors have piled up for him over the course of the past half hour. At the same time, credit to Basing, who hasn't gone away physically at all. Willing to absorb those 10, 15 shot rallies. Has just been the slightly more impatient, I suppose, of the two players here today. I mean, right there, that's just too good, though, from Phil Henning. Exceptional combination of passing shots. He does well there to track down. Oh no, that approach was wide. Excuse me. Thought he had tracked down that extra ball, just skied up a lot, but instead 30 all here. So this is a precarious moment for Basing. And it's not a match point. But with how things are trending, it almost feels like one. Phil Henning, 2 break-point chances to take a commanding double break 4-1 lead. Meanwhile, all right, I didn't want to say it until I was sure, but now we're over an hour in. I grew up, had to have specific handshakes with each of my doubles partners. In fact, my parents still make fun of my handshake with my former Great Shot podcast co-host, Maxwell LeBauer-Rothman. Watch the handshake here for Arizona State. High five up, high five down. Little top half, bottom half. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I'm stealing that. I'm just telling you, Spaka, Turkovic, that will be in the Alex Gruskin playbook of handshakes moving forward, as it's a deuce point set point. Let's go the distance. Third set to decide our action in Cary. Stay split screen. Don't want to miss the deuce point. Keep an eye on the left side of your screen. That could very well do it. Ball goes wide off the racket of Basing. So 4-1 lead to Henning. Four-one lead for Henning. Third set breaker to decide things in Cary. Again, Alex Gruskin here, steering the ship of our Cracked Rackets coverage. Coming up after these matches, we are going to take about a 30-minute break here at CR. Reset everything. Of course, coming up at the top of the hour, 54 minutes from now, yes. But it'll be our men's doubles semifinals. Baziri, Harper, taking on, again, South Carolina duo of Samuel and Thompson. Also going to have UNC's duo of Cernak, Siegerman, taking on the all-Florida freshman duo. That action going to conclude our coverage of semifinal Saturday, but still more semifinal coverage to come as we see third set breaker beside our finalists in Cary. 4-1 double break lead for Georgia senior Phil Henning in Tulsa. Heck of a start forward, Jackie. That's a nice backhand down the line there. And now Miller overhead is something, isn't it? And her willingness to continue to swing through that ball. Again, be the aggressor up there at the net. She might be our best doubles player in women's college tennis this season. Certainly as credentialed as any player this year. A couple of former NCAA doubles champions still alive in college tennis. Miller, Elizabeth Scotty over at North Carolina. Yeah, he missed it. All right, it's a lifeline. 3 breakpoint chances for Max Basing. Here's what I'll ask super producer Daniel Westoff. If Basing does get the break here, let's go full screen on the third set breaker in Cary. Third set tie break to decide a finalist. That's number 1 in our order of operations. So if Basing gets the break, we'll go full screen. Middle solves the riddle. What an exchange from Miller to Jackie. Heck of a point still. And again, when you watch this Arizona State team compete, there is a lot to like about Spaka and Turkovic moving forward. Turkovic playing such good tennis. Seems to partner so well, this duo. But it's a 4-love lead for the NC State Wolfpack. Unfortunately, ball spraying on Basing, so we're going to deuce there. 5-love on your right. 0.44 5-1 on the left. I believe that scoreboard's a point behind. I believe this is deuce and not 30-40. Indeed it is. Skunk on the first changeover for Miller and Rajecki. State Wolfpack closing in on a first All-American finalist, another in a series of firsts after firsts for this Simon Earnshaw-led NC State women's tennis program. Meanwhile, Henning fighting off 3 break points, 4-5-1. Let's stay split screen. Don't want to miss the ending of any of our action. All right, Basing, game point chances to at least force Henning to have to serve it all. Meanwhile, again, Miller, Rajecki continue to close in. Westhoff, get ready to go full screen in Cary. If Basing holds here, he does. All right, let's go quick full screen. Cary, let's see if NC State can close things out. Tap in 1 lead for Miller and Rajecki. 3 points away from the finish line. Again, Nell Miller, 1/2 of your NCAA doubles winning team last season. That's why, folks, the most active player at the net, maybe men's or women's college tennis. It's obviously, again, it's a very niche category of player, but so aggressive up there in asserting herself. Seemingly insurmountable 8-1 lead here. That's a little sideways shuffle for Nell Miller. Almost looked like a dance step for her, how routine that move to her left is. Not yet. Great hands. I totally see the inclination for Miller. Completely understand it. Anytime you see slice and someone moving forward to the net who's going to be on the stretch, you're taught to pinch into the center, because typically when you see that slice grip, that ball is going to be popped up and you will have time to make some sort of poach move. There, Miller got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. No doubt about that, but hey, she's pulled plenty of cookies out today. And Turkovic saying, hey, I can do that too. Heck of a poach there, forces the third. Excuse me, that second change of end still. 6 more match points. And you see there discussing Associate Head Coach Matt Langley saying we're not out of this one just yet. Come on. That's on me, folks. Oh, no, that's on them. Incorrect scoreboard adjustment. So it's 9-4 we play on, and I will ask you, Wes, just take that scoreboard off. We don't need it anymore. 9-4, I got it from here. We have had a few instances where the scoreboard has beaten us to the punch. So we're going to take that off now again. 9-4 NC State. Nell Miller serving on the far side of your screen. Another first for the NC State Wolfpack. Last year, it was a first NCAA doubles title. This year, it's a first team to the finals of the ITA All-American Championships. Nell Miller, Amelia Rajecki, from a set down, come back and play a dominant final 45 minutes of tennis. NC State continuing to prove their doubles system is the system to beat right now in the college tennis universe. With that said, it'll be Miller Rajecki taking on a fellow Miller, no relation, Cary Miller, Jaden Brown of the University of Michigan in tomorrow's final. With that said, we move back over to Tulsa, Oklahoma. All of our semifinal action done for the day in Cary. Still some consolation matches there that we want to show you in a moment. But is the scoreboard ahead or behind? We'll find out right now with Phil Henning. Did he just get broken, or is it now 15-40? And was it 30-40? He was broken. From the body language of Max, but yep, that was a break. So it is Henning. That's why you get the insurance break, folks, but that break back in the hands of Beijing. So 5-3 now. 3-5, excuse me, the Stanford super sophomore serving to stay alive. And for what it's worth, FWIW, as you see on the various social media sites, Phil Henning was down 5-1 in set number 1. So we've already seen some funkiness here in Tulsa. Nice sprays there. Again, Max Beijing, so good in his freshman year. While competing for the Cardinal. Beijing, a ridiculous 18-2 in dual match singles play, was second team all Pac-12 as a freshman. He'll be expected to hop in to a leadership role for a young but talented Cardinal team out in Palo Alto this year. I like that one-hander. Sure, if you're Philip Henning, absolutely no desire to have to play another game in this one. You'd be more than fine ending on a break of serve. All right, 30 love becomes 30 all. And again, there's where some of those creating from the center of the court, that's the next big item on the Beijing shopping list of skills. Can do so many things well. That ability to create, again, that's going to be the key for him moving forward. Particularly at the highest levels of the game. Chip and charge. Oh, because he broke a string. I was going to say, that slice approach did not feel like it was out of the Phil Henning playbook. And I now realize it's because he did indeed break a string. Game point chance here for Beijing. And kept that backhand stretch slice just low enough to draw the error. It's a deuce point, it's a break point, it's a set point, and to clinch the quadruple threat, it's a match point. For the first time since 1996, it's going to be an all-one-school men's singles final. Phil Henning, 5'7", 6'4", 6'3". You like Georgia tennis? You're going to get a lot of it on Sunday as Henning will take on teammate and redshirt freshman Ethan Quinn for the right to be crowned the ITA All-American Champion. What a fun opening session of action for us here on our Cracked Racquets coverage. We still have 2 more matches to go for all of you tennis fans. 2 more semifinal main draw matches coming up here today. Going to throw a little consolation action on your string. Right now, it's Arsenault partnering with Ansari, the Auburn duo on the near side of your screen, taking on Jessica Alsola and Katja Wiersholm. This match, again, consolation action in Cary. We're going to leave this on your screen. We're going to take a break, but we will be back, of course, for the start of the men's doubles semifinals. Those doubles semifinals coming up 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Going to be Texas taking on South Carolina. Spaziri Harper for Samuel and Thompson. Going to be Georgia looking, excuse me, not Georgia. Try that again. Still excited, but it's going to be North Carolina. That duo of Cernak, Ryan Siegerman, taking on a talented Florida freshman duo, Hanapat Narundorn, Togan Tokac again. That match coming up next here on our Cracked Racquets stream. Actually, that's not the worst of ideas. Super producer Daniel Westoff, before we go, can we throw up a split screen? We'll leave this on your screen as well. I know there's some men's doubles consolation action happening as well. We'll throw that on your screen in Tulsa. Again, Jessica Alsola, very impressive victory today, earlier against Julia Fleekner. Alsola, Wiersholm, 2 of the talented sophomores on that Cal roster. And tell you what, again, if I'm betting on anything, Amanda Augusta, that Cal program is doing, feels like they've got plenty of talent in the pipeline. So we've got this women's match on your screen right now. Again, Ansari Arsenault trying to continue the success in what was honestly a program-defining season last year for Auburn, reaching the National Indoor Final 16. Arsenault, I'm sorry, 4-1 lead over Alsola and Wiersholm. Meanwhile, near side of your screen, the Baylor Bears. Juan Pablo Mazzucci serving, the lefty, partnered with Finn Bass. They're taking on that Louisville duo, Natan Rodriguez, Fabian Sale. So this is where we'll leave you. A little split screen doubles action. Again, we will be back at the top of the hour for our men's doubles semifinals. North Carolina taking on Florida. South Carolina taking on Texas. We'll have it all for you as our coverage continues here at Crack Rackets.
love.
I got it, Bob. Ready, all.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2022 ITA All-American Championships. I suppose the coverage never went away, but we took quick 30 minutes to reset all the cameras, make sure our scoreboards were set to go. And with that said, we are ready for the home stretch of semifinal Saturday at this championship event. Of course, we can recap all of our singles action on the men's and women's side. We'll talk about that women's doubles semifinal already set, but we start things now with our coverage of our men's doubles semifinals. Already saw one 2022 NCAA doubles champion in NC State's Nell Miller. Now we get a second as Cleve Harper in the black hat, not proverbial, actually wearing a black hat. At the net, he and Elliot Spizzirri to serve first. For Spizzirri, coming off a semifinal loss earlier today, had a set point up 5-4. From there, it was all Ethan Quinn. So Spizzirri looking to at least make one final here in Tulsa, serving first 15-all. Spizzirri, of course, fourth year for the Texas men's tennis team. I'll tell you what. A really nice nucleus over at Texas. They had three men in the round of 16. Spizzirri, Braswell, C.M. Waldeep, of course, Cleve Harper, who's just as competent and effective on the singles court as he is in doubles. Also bring back one of the top freshmen from last season, rising sophomore Pierre Bailey. It is a very nice core for the Texas men's tennis team. I will also say, as I got the chance to spend quite a bit of time with them in Champaign this year, if they're not at the match, hello to the Harper family. Lovely, lovely family. Not that all of these players' families aren't lovely, but had a particular opportunity to spend some time as the Harpers watched their son capture that doubles title last year. They'll like that overhead. Probably didn't like the first ones as much. Cleve puts that one away, fights off break point number one, of course, on the far side of your screen, and we'll get into them momentarily. But Toby Samuel, Connor Thompson, competing for the Gamecocks. And there's Cleve. I'm going to get to sit back here in the broadcast booth. I can let Cleve do most of the heavy lifting. One of the more spirited players, and I say that in the best way possible, you'll find in the college tennis world. Good break, though, for South Carolina. Nice first volley. So it's 1-love, Samuel and Thompson. Of course, Samuel, Thompson, the all-junior duo. Both were breakout players. Part of the reason, really, that South Carolina had the season they did last year. Of course, you look for South Carolina 22-7 overall. Samuel 16-5 for the season, 15-5 at the number 2 spot. Thompson 20-5 for the season, 18-5 at the number 3 spot. Now, right now, it's unclear if last year's number 1 Daniel Rodriguez will be back for the Gamecocks. And if he's not, these two will be asked to take another step forward. Obviously have done so already this week. You look for this duo unseeded. This is pickleball or tennis. But you look for this duo wins over Virginia Tech's Fishback and Chrysostom. A win over Van Sambik and Rosens of NC State. Then yesterday, wins over Liberty's Wilson and Verst. For South Carolina, coached by Josh Goffey. Considered by many as one of the top coaches in college tennis. You look for this duo, Thompson, Samuel. did not play with one another last season. Thompson 17-4 with Daniel Rodriguez. Samuel 10-7 with Jake Beasley. Maybe we found a little something here to start the season if you're a Gamecock fan. Oh, behave, Cleve Harper. And Westhoff, make a note. That little half volley scoop. Not saying shot of the day, but we'll put it on the list. Good hands. Just to stay alive in that point. Of course, last year, Cleve Harper captured that doubles title with Richard Ciamara. Ciamara graduated. I believe he's off in the business world, but Spaziri, of course, not too shabby as a doubles player himself. And it is a South Carolina consolidation. 2-love Gamecocks. With that said, let's move over to our other semifinal. We'll keep an eye on this one. Early lead for South Carolina. Cleve Harper serving. Of course, you can follow all of these streams individually on the wearecollegetennis.com ITA website. Of course, the easiest way, if I'm being completely candid, just go to Google, search ITA Men's All-American Championships. You'll find every link you're looking for. Takes you directly to that ITA website. Again, a massive thank you. Shout out to Tim, Russell, Joe Gentry, the entire ITA team. Been so kind to us here at Cracked Racquets over the years. So tolerant of our nonsense. And of course, work hand in glove with us. Help grow our beloved sport. Here on court number 1, we're ready to get our action underway. And I would say we have a surprise semifinalist, but if you listen to our Cracked Interviews podcast feed, you heard 2022 NCAA singles champion Ben Shelton come on the show and say, hey, keep an eye out for a couple of freshmen who are going to play doubles at the All-American. Tenapat Narundorn, Togan Tokats, giving Florida Gators fans plenty to cheer about. They'll take on North Carolina veteran Brian Cernock and the recent transfer, another veteran, Ryan Siegerman. This is Narundorn serving first on the near side for this freshman duo. Straight set win over Texas A&M Schechter and Hildebrand yesterday. Got a win over the number 2 seeds from TCU, Maxted and Jong as well. Heck, even the duo's first round victory over Louisville's Fabian Sale and Nathan Rodriguez, who of course are still competing in the consolation draw now, has turned perhaps aged equally as well. And look, it's transition season for Brian Shelton and the Florida Gators. Let's look at their singles lineup in the quarterfinals. Talk about where they're at now. Ben Shelton, NCAA singles champion, off to the pros. Sam Riffis, NCAA singles champion, off to the pros. Duarte Valle, All-American, off to the pros. Andy Andrade has already competed in ITF Futures Finals. He's off to the pros. Matthias Seymour, John Goodyear, all 6 starters graduated from the Florida lineup or off to playing pro tennis. It is a transition year for the Gators, and yet these 2 freshmen have proved plenty talented, but they're going up against a veteran duo in Brian Cernak, Ryan Siegerman. Talk more about that North Carolina duo momentarily, as got ourselves an opening service game here now, 30-all. In the Rundorn, Florida freshman service game. Quick note, by the way, should you want to watch any of these matches individually, you can find the links in our YouTube chat below. It's old school. Serve and volley. Healthy dose of overheads. And it's the Gators who hold 4-1 love to kick off semifinal number 2. Of course, again, taking on the Gators today. North Carolina duo of Brian Cernak, Ryan Siegerman. Scholars have argued that Cernak was one of the breakout players of the 2022 season. Just established himself as one of the top guys in the nation at that top spot for the Tar Heels. Of course, we talk in pro sports about coaching trees, right? Well, I like to refer to Brian Cernak on the Will Blumberg of doubles partner trees. You go with Blumberg his senior season. He and Cernak so much success throughout the course of the year. And no better tutorial, perhaps, for any player than to play a season of college tennis with Blumberg. And you could just tell immediately afterwards, Cernak last year, the confidence translated regardless of his new partner. And now he gets a guy in Ryan Siegerman, who has just been around the block throughout the course of his college career. Siegerman coming over as a fifth-year transfer from Princeton. Has qualified for the NCAA doubles tournament twice in his college career. Good pass there. Cernak caught with his hand in the cookie jar, but you'll see for Siegerman, heavy kick-based kick serve. Cernak's going to have lots of opportunities at the net to just good, clean living, clean picking of things off. Nice serve out there from Siegerman for 30-15. You look at this North Carolina roster. Cernak, Siegerman. Veterans now like Peter Murphy, Logan Zapp, Anuj Watani. Going to be an interesting year for this North Carolina team. Again, with these two at the top of the lineup, you feel like you know what you're getting into, but yeah, Murphy, Watani, Zapp have had successes. They're all going to have to play higher in the lineup than they have before, and who fills in the gaps? Will it be a guy like Henry Lieberman coming over from Charlotte, Carl Poling also coming over from Princeton, Casey Kenya? Bunch of different options. Of course, the way you can distinguish from these two, and boy, Brian Cernak is not short, but man, next to Ryan Siegerman, kind of looks small. It's an interesting contrast, I won't lie, but of course, Siegerman the righty, Cernak the lefty. 2 game points here for Seegerman. It's a hold on both sides. 1-1 here in our other semifinal. With that in mind, let's go split screen. Want to show you all of the action happening right now in Tulsa. South Carolina still nursing that break lead. Broke Elliott Spizzirri to open. Did Spizzirri scoot that up the line? No, just missed it. Still 2 more game point chances there. Meanwhile, again, serving on the far side of your screen for the Florida Gators. And you got to get used to knowing here now. Token Tokats, freshman out of Istanbul, Turkey. Good wheels from Cernak. Better put away there from Narundorn. Spizzirri holds 4-2-3. 30 love opening for the Gators. I believe it's Samuel serving here for South Carolina as Florida holds 4-2-1. How about that return from Cleve Harper on top of that baseline, goes after that forehand. I have to imagine all of these players who competed had success across the pro tennis world. Have to be happy to be back competing on their school colors. I believe Samuel, don't want to get this incorrect. I believe he won himself a futures title a couple of weeks ago. He did indeed, the 25K in Roehampton. Wins over a couple college guys, Milan Hurrian, Finn Bass, Henry Patton. Always nice when they're just casual futures titles held by various players across the country. Speaks to the depth, the strength of this college game. It's another good hold for South Carolina. They extend their lead now 4-2 in set number 1. Meanwhile, I really like this young Florida team. They play, dare I say, traditional doubles. Just get 2 up to the net as quickly as possible. Returns in play, but we don't have to rip them. Just really want to make them. I had a coach once tell me, I think it was 72% of points in doubles end on the first 2 shots to serve the return. Ryan Siegerman. Nice hands there. Love the aggression from Nurundorn. Love the poach. The constant movement. Clearly from the Nell Miller School of Activity. It's a really nice sequence of volleys from Texas on the side of your screen as well. So North Carolina holds 4-2 all. 30 love now becomes 40 love for the Texas Longhorns as they look to just keep it a one-break deficit, keep things competitive in set number 1. And again, Longhorns far side of your screen, South Carolina on the near, over on that right side. Meanwhile, Florida serving on the near side of your screen on the left as we enjoy a little two-box action. And it's a little thing, but those of you at home who want to improve your own doubles game, did you see how Nurundorn pinched to the center there? And we got passed by Siegerman, but that's a great instinct. And you just saw, I believe, Connor Thompson do the same there on that right side. Cover the center. The center is where the game is controlled in high-level doubles. Be aggressive at the net, you'll have opportunities for those pick-off volleys. That's why it's always nice to have a righty-lefty combo, guaranteeing those forehands down the center. Ball there from Siegerman on the pass. I don't know, that forehand sprayed on Siegerman, didn't it? Wow! What did I miss on the right side of my screen? I look up, South Carolina's up a double break. 5-2. Okay, so South Carolina in control of our Court 2 semifinal. Meanwhile, Gators keep us on pace 3-2 here in set number 1. And now's the perfect moment for me to reset, talk about the action we've already seen unfold for the first time since 1996. We've got 2 players from the same team competing in the ITA All-American Men's Singles Final. It's going to be all Georgia Bulldogs as redshirt freshman Ethan Quinn going to take on super senior, the 5th-year Phil Henning. Henning, a 3-set come-from-behind victory over Max Basing of Stanford. Meanwhile, Ethan Quinn, straight sets over Elliot Spizzeri, who we see competing on screen right now for Texas. Quickly, super producer Daniel Westoff, can we bring up those preseason men's doubles rankings? Always fun to see where those are in comparison to how the action unfolds. And, I mean, look, I'm looking at the consolation draw in front of me right now. I don't believe we have any of our players in these top 10 rankings still alive. None of them reaching the semifinals. And in fact, none of these teams reaching the semifinals of the consolation draw either. So it just speaks to the depth in college tennis this season. All of those teams, those TCU teams were so successful last year and up and down the rankings. Lot of talented doubles teams, and yet it's North Carolina, Florida, Texas, and South Carolina, all new teams competing in the semifinals of our first major fall event. You just love to see that as we begin to forecast this 2023 college tennis season. With that said, South Carolina serving for the set up on court 2. Let's go full screen there. Super producer Daniel Westoff lock in this service game. See if Connor Thompson can't close things out over on court 2. Again, Connor Thompson Jr. He's not Connor Thompson Jr. He is a junior. Excuse me. Yeah, Harper's going to be mad at himself for throwing that lob too short. Great hands. Spizzirri, Samuel at the net there. That's, in my opinion, what makes college doubles so special. Just feels like the quality of play, the speed of each point, so compelling. Set point chances still here for South Carolina. They've got 3 more. All right, first set, South Carolina, 6-2. Here on court number 2, halfway to an ITA All-American Championship appearance as we transition back to court number 1. Florida taking on North Carolina. Just a little history lesson. You look at these ITA All-American Championships going on since 1985 in my record books. South Carolina has never had a team reach the finals of the All-American in men's doubles. Never had anyone reach the finals in singles either, as we see Florida up 4-3 on serve here in set number 1. So Josh Goffey continues to take this South Carolina men's tennis program to new heights. Whether it was Daniel Rodriguez reaching the NCAA singles final in 2021. No, I didn't forget about you, Paul Jubb, NCAA singles champion back in 2019. Now Samuel Thompson having success here at the All-Americans. Again, speaks to why Coach Goffey is held in such high regard. Let's stick here on court number 1 through the end of this first set, super producer Daniel Westoff. At least through this changeover. Lock in on the action, I agree. course, Florida, North Carolina, recent champions of this event, Blumberg, Shelton, the best of the past 5 years in college tennis, both ITA All-American singles champions. It's a nice little pickoff from Ryan Seekerman at the net. Of course, each of these 4 programs, I mean, it's crazy that I just went through South Carolina, had an NCAA singles champion just 3 seasons ago, and yet Florida, your 2021 NCAA team champions, as well as singles champion Sam Riffis. North Carolina, your 2022 national indoor champions, reached the NCAA team final back in 2017, won another national indoor title back in 2016. And then, of course, Texas won the 2019 NCAA team championship. Blue bloods through and through, as that was a bit adventurous from Tokac there, the freshman, channeling his inner Rafa. So he hits that ball probably to Norman, Oklahoma. So it's game point chances here for Cernak for 4-all. So it got a little tricky, but instead it is 4-all now. As North Carolina holds. High percentage plays. I don't have too much to add. Some pretty clean doubles here on court 1 so far. Land the first serve, get an easy first poach. And this is where you go to the playbook now. If you're in North Carolina, you make this return. You put some pressure on these freshmen. Oh, that's a tough miss for Brian Cernock. Wanted to play big body. I would agree with his assessment there that you probably attack that ball at Tokats as opposed to Narundorn. You want to force the Gators have to hit a volley there. Again, easy to say here from the broadcast booth, and no one's a bigger believer in Brian Cernock than me. That's a really good point. And that's exactly it from North Carolina. Dip that return low at the feet. Again, attacking Tokats when he's at the net. Not that he's a bad volleyer. It's that Narundorn clearly has a special set of hands on him. It's a deuce point, and it's going to Cernock. It's a great serve. It's a really tough one to hit. That wide angle finds the backhand of Brian Cernock. Really nice hold for the Florida Gators, who face some pressure 4-5-4. Let's go back to our split screen next. Yes, we'll pop over here to court number 1, but we're going to get split screen action for you. As of course, we don't want to miss the ending of that first set. That said, court number 2. South Carolina. Okay, I don't want to say dominant. They very much in control. 6-2 first set over Texas. Oh, that's a nice volley from Toby Samuel. Perfectly placed on the court. Great length on that volley. Look at this. South Carolina already up to an early break. The hardest shot in the game. The high backhand volley into the net for Spizzirri. Feel like a break here for South Carolina could very well mean the match for these Texas Longhorns. This is a critical moment for Cleve Harper and Elliot Spizzirri. It's a great hold. Harper, Spizzirri not going away. Still down a set and a break. Just keeping things interesting. 1-2. Let's go full screen court 1, super producer Daniel Westhoff. 40-30 opportunity here for North Carolina to extend our set 2-5. All will stay locked here for the end of the first set. Take your time grabbing that ball. So we would obviously transition here full screen. It's interesting that Narundorn served first because I actually like this combination. I think it's my favorite service game. Okot's hitting that serve, Narundorn being active at the net. It's a dangerous combination.
Come on now. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Love that start. Great adjustment from Cernak. Just took that return a little bit earlier. Went down the line, but with pace. Obviously, going down the line, always dangerous if you intend to float the ball, but that was just right at the body. Followed it forward. First point heels. Hand in the cookie jar. Hand in the cookie jar alert. If you're not getting passed down the line in doubles, you're not playing it right. Great patience from Ryan Siegerman, who keeps that ball close to his body. This is an opening. 30 now for the heels. Maybe that's why Narundorn serves first. Off double fault here. Or breakpoint chances. Oh no, back-to-back doubles. So North Carolina will serve for the set here on court one. It'll be Ryan Siegerman, fifth-year transfer from Princeton, to try to do just that when we return to court one. Let's go over to court two. Setting a break lead when we last peeked in on this match here. South Carolina up. Good lead from Harper. Did you see how far he pinched over? Yeah, Thompson still able to find that alley. These guys are all so good. As we see 6-2, 3-1, and hopefully this answers your question, Ryan Lee, in the chat. No, Texas did not lose, although I appreciate your question and all of you who have chimed in throughout the course of the week. Anything you'd like us to touch on, any recommendations you may have, please feel free to let us know. As we enjoy engaging with all of you college tennis fans who have tuned in. And again, Alex Gruskin here. As soon as that North Carolina begins their service game, Westhoff, just pop back. Don't even wait for a moment in this match. We'll hop back into that Texas-South Carolina match, of course. As soon as we wrap up this first set, North Carolina serving 6-5. It was back-to-back doubles faults for the freshman Tokach. And out of Istanbul, Turkey. Pick it up 30-15 here for Cernak. Nice volley, Narundorn. Great aggression. And apologies, it's Cernak, not Siegerman, serving for the set. It is Brian Cernak. Fifth year out of Rockville, Maryland. Big first serve. It did indeed land good. So set point chances here for the Tar Heels. (7-5) first set for North Carolina, Cernak, Siegerman. That is a daunting duo as we look towards a new year in the college tennis world. We'll go immediately back over to court number 2, where South Carolina's all-junior duo, Connor Thompson, Toby Samuel, find themselves up, setting a break lead on the Texas Longhorn junior pairing, fourth-year pairing, however you want to look at it, of Cleve Harper. Elliot Spizzeri is 3-2. I believe that's Samuel serving on the near side. Let's see. It's tough to tell. I won't lie. Thompson 6'2", Samuel 6'3". Both big guys. Both wearing hats is the real tricky part. But again, both big guys asserting themselves right now. Might have to cut that one. Swinging forehand down the middle. Solves the riddle for South Carolina, who continue to lead by a break, 6-2, 4-2 now in our All-American doubles semifinal. Again, looking at this Texas team, how can you not like the core Bruce Burke brings back to Austin this season? Spizzeri, Harper, Bailey, Braswell, Waldeeb. I don't care who number 6 is. I'll ride with those 5 any day of the week. It's a nice core coming back for South Carolina as well. Of course, South Carolina coming off of a top 10 season. Thompson back, Samuel back, James Story, Jake Beasley, Carter Morgan, Casey Houle, both back. They bring in Lucas Da Silva. Of course, the big question still, will we see 2021 NCAA singles finalist Daniel Rodriguez back on campus? to hold for Cleve Harper. Still a 1-break deficit. Longhorns stay alive. Over on court number 2. We go back to court number 1, 7-5 first set for Cernoch and Siegerman of North Carolina. It was really one blink. These Florida freshmen blinked 30 all, 5 all, back-to-back double faults. That's the only thing separating these two teams. 2 bad points. And by the way, nothing will offer a freshman a better lesson of, hey, here's what we need to do moving forward than something like that. It's a really valuable data point for a Florida Gators team that has already exceeded expectations. You knock out the 2 seeds at Jung and Maxted into the semifinals in your first major event. It's still a long runway in this match as well. I don't mean to talk about it like it's over. It's very much not. As the Gators hold 4-1 love. Let's just go split screen. Super producer Daniel Westoff. I don't mind if we watch the changeover for a moment, as it'll be a quick one. Oh, he's ready. That's why he's the best in the business, folks. Of course, if you're just joining us earlier today in Cary, North Carolina, it's going to be UNC junior Fiona Crawley taking on now LSU junior Kylie Collins. Kylie Collins and new head coach Taylor Fogelman providing the LSU athletic department with all the ammunition they need to feel good about their decision this offseason to bring in those 2 former Texas Longhorns. Of course, for Fiona Crawley was a straight set win over teammate Carson Tangillig. Crawley's done so much winning early in her career. NCAA semifinalist last season. Feels like she is very much in the mix to be the player, dare I say, the woman, the equivalent of the man on the men's side, the Ben Shelton. Jamie Loeb equivalent we've seen over those years, the players who can just lift their teams to those astronomical heights. Crawley Collins going to be a heck of a women's singles final tomorrow. Of course, our doubles final. Going to feature 2022 NCAA doubles champion from NC State, Nell Miller. She's now partnered with Amelia Rajecki. They're going to take on the Michigan duo, Kari Miller. Jaden Brown will be a first ITA All-American Championship for either program that wins that doubles final tomorrow. Of course, on the men's side, singles final set, all Georgia Bulldogs. First time since 1996. Ethan Quinn going to take on teammate Phil Henning. First serve long off South Carolina. Right side of your screen is where I'd say to focus in this moment. South Carolina looking to put themselves 1 game away from the final. Not yet. Let's just go full screen too, if we can do it quickly. Super producer Daniel Westoff, you're the best in the business and you know it. Deuce point coming up. Looks like this might be one of the first, if not the first, break point chance. It's the first one we've seen for Texas in this match. It's clutch. South Carolina holds for 5-3, 1 game away from the ITA All-American final. And let's just stay full screen here. Elliot Spizzirri.
Right here, Toby. Go, Cox.
Serving here for Texas. Good first point for the Longhorns. Again, Coach Bruce Burke bringing back a fantastic team. They're going to play around with those doubles pairings, you figure, all year long. You know, Waldeeb, Spizzirri, a team that's had success over the years. You can bring them out as a break the glass in case of emergency team. But after all the injuries over the past year for this Texas Longhorns roster, definitely some experimentation should be expected here this fall. And again, Elliot Spizzirri, semifinalist in singles as well as doubles here at the All-Americans. Thompson and Samuel, though, now 2 points away. And again, this would be a first All-American final in South Carolina men's tennis history. But not yet, says Cleve Harper. That's ambitious. Overhead off. A high bouncing volley ends up in the net. So any point chances here for Spizzirri and Harper. But now it's a match point. And they've been that good from the start. Nice serve from Spizzirri, keeps Texas alive. You hear a big fight from Cleve Harper. Longhorns extend the match at least one more game. Still, South Carolina going to serve 4 things here at 5-4. If you want to head back to one Westhoff, that's fine with me. Just make sure as soon as they're done with this changeover, we get it from the start of the game. Want to watch. See if South Carolina can hold things out. Meanwhile, Brian Cernock, Ryan Siegerman, a 7-5 first set. And in fact, we see them out of the chair. Let's just go back to 2. Five, 4 here. swinging backhand. A bold shot from Cleve Harper sails on him, though. First point, Cox. 15 love. Toby Samuel, Connor Thompson, the first South Carolina Gamecocks to reach an ITA All-American final. They knock off Texas 6-2, 6-4. Are our first team into the men's doubles final. That's just a clean performance from the two South Carolina juniors, giving head coach Josh Goffey plenty to be proud about today. With that said, we go to our final match of semifinals Saturday. North Carolina, 7-5 first set. Two all, 30 all opening here in the service game of Florida freshman Thanapat Narundorn out of Bangkok, Thailand. Hilton Head, South Carolina. He's found that big first serve whenever he's needed it. And again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin here. 5 all, 30 all. Florida freshman Logan Tokats, not to linger on this fact, but back-to-back double faults. It's the only thing that separates these two teams. One momentary mental lapse from a freshman in his first major event. No shame in the performance of these Florida Gators today, who stay out in front 3-2. And looking ahead to tomorrow, I believe the action begins 10 a.m. Eastern time. That'll be our women's singles final. Kylie Collins of LSU, the rising junior, take on a fellow rising junior in North Carolina's Fiona Crawley. Crawley has been a staple of success for North Carolina women tennis these past few seasons. Of course, that's always a nice feeling if this North Carolina Tar Heel team does hold on to this lead. North Carolina tennis to have both men's and women's player competing for finals on Championship Sunday, indicative of the culture of success head coaches Sam Paul, Brian Kelbis have established in Chapel Hill. He lands it. See what that means to the freshman. Here's an opening. Team 30 now. haven't been a ton of break point chances in this match. Don't have the stats in front of me. Maximum, Florida's had 2 to this point. 30-all opportunity here for the Gators. Did he miss it? The first blink, really, of the match for North Carolina. Great call on that abbreviated I form. Again, that high backhand volley is the hardest shot in tennis. That might be your point of the day. Felt like Siegerman might have made it a little bit more difficult than he needed to. But great hands across the board. Deuce point coming up. They're going to Toccats. Interesting. Like this call. But the slice out wide. How about that serve from the fifth-year Ryan Siegerman? Coming up clutch in the biggest moment. Heck of an addition to this North Carolina roster. Heck of a serve for 3-all. Have yourself a day, Ryan Siegerman. You can go sit on the bench, Brian. He didn't need you that point. You land the return, he'll do the rest. Heck of a move there. Well, how often does this happen? You find yourself with breakpoint chances, you fail to convert, and now all of a sudden you're under fire in your own service game. That's the case here for the Florida Gators. 3 breakpoint chances. They've liked the slice out wide in these instances. They've liked the slice out wide in these instances. Now again, all credit in the world to Toccats for that serve. Beautiful bomb out wide. By the way, gotta love Siegerman poaching on the bouncing overhead. There are bold moves, and then there are bold moves. That was the latter. Great foundational play. Kick serve, look to pinch middle. This is perhaps the inflection point of the match. Oh no. Not again. Florida Gator broken in the worst possible way. Still, North Carolina 2 service holds away from another ITA All-American doubles final. And you just look at the success for these North Carolina Tar Heels at this All-American event over the past few seasons. Will Blumberg, 2017 ITA All-American champion, beat Martin Redlicki 4-4 in the singles final. Blumberg also a doubles finalist during that 2017 season. He and Robert Kelly, 3-set loss to a Florida Gator pairing, actually. So not the first time the Gators and the Tar Heels have done battle here at the All-American. Johannes Ingledson, Alfredo Perez, 10-7 in the third to win the title over Blumberg and Kelly in that 2017 season. Robert Kelly, a 2-time ITA All-American doubles finalist, as he partnered with Brett Clark. They were knocked out 10-7 in the third by Ty Kwiatkowski, Max Steislinger back in 2015. Also, shout out to Rayan Lucchesi, Brad Pomeroy, North Carolina duo 05 finalists. Of course, for the Florida Gators, team that I grew up hearing stories about, David Blair, Mark Merklane, 1991 finalists. Of course, Ingledson Perez did win the title over the aforementioned Blumberg and Kelly in 2017. Also had a title from Levant Overholzer back in 2000. Little history lesson for you all here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. Is right now it's Brian Cernock trying to consolidate this break lead. And they're one game away. Cernock, Siegerman, 7-5, 5-3 lead. Ooh. No love lost on that one. Again, that's just good, clean doubles. Nothing personal about that shot down the center from Brian Cernock. Couple of misfires. Pretty love now here for Florida, who look to just, of course, ask that question of Ryan Siegerman. Can you serve it out? 4 game point chances here for the Gators. course, again, Cernak, Siegerman serving for a spot in the final. I do have those times for you for tomorrow. 10 a.m. Eastern time. Our women's singles final going to begin. Doubles final to follow. Of course, the men's singles final, 10 a.m. Central time. Doubles final still to be determined. There'll be some time after that. Meanwhile, 3 points away. A couple of fifth-year players in their final run in the college tennis universe. I don't know if Cernak's actually a fifth year. I think it's his fourth, but I believe it will be his final year.
Come on. Let's go.
Siegerman and Cernak. 7-5, 6-4. Into the ITA All-American Championship final. What a run from the freshman from the University of Florida, Tokac and Rundorn. But these North Carolina veterans going to have the chance to compete for a national championship tomorrow. And that's just good, clean living. 1 break per set for the Tar Heels. It's about all you can expect in high-level men's doubles. And again, that's an efficient performance for the 2 UNC men's doubles leaders. With that said, let's go to our singles matches tomorrow. Want to show all of you what we've got on board for each of you on Championship Sunday. It's going to be a fun day of tennis, of course. Coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern time in all Georgia Bulldog affair, Ethan Quinn going to take on Phil Henning. Quinn, the redshirt freshman. Henning, the fifth-year senior. That's a fun one for the coaches, right? You've done your job this week. If you're Manny Diaz, if you're Jamie Hunt, you kick your feet up. You enjoy the action happening in Tulsa, of course. Over in Cary, we kick things off 10 a.m. Eastern time. A couple of juniors. Kylie Collins, shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff, that you were able to find her in LSU gear. Of course, Collins a part of back-to-back winning championship teams for the Texas women, follows Coach Taylor Fogelman to LSU, and now has the LSU Tigers competing for their first ITA All-American title in women's program history. Of course, we've seen the North Carolina women win just about everything over the course of the past decade. And Fiona Crawley, the latest of the Tar Heels to have the opportunity to do just that. Crawley, a rising junior as well. Straight set winner over Carson Tangillig, her teammate earlier today. She knocked off defending champ Sarah Hamner earlier in the event as well. Crawley, Collins, the matchup we deserve to kick things off 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. With that said, that'll do it for our Cracked Racquets coverage of everything that happened here on Semifinals Saturday. Again, we will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time. You won't want to miss it. A shout out to all of the sponsors who helped make this broadcast possible. Massive shout out to Tim Russell, Dave Mullins, Joe Gentry, the entire ITA team. A shout out to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, the actual man behind the scenes who makes all the things we do here happen. With that said, for each of the people I just mentioned, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. We hope you enjoyed semifinal Saturday at the ITA All-American Championships, and we will see you for our championship action tomorrow. Take care, everyone.